Before the formal inauguration of the conclave, we have a special announcement. Many of you might be knowing that the co-chairperson of Techno India Group, Madam Mou Rai Choudhury, has left for her heavenly abode a few months back. So this year, we have decided to dedicate our conclave in her loving memory. She was an inspiration to SNU and especially to our department since we have worked closely with her. Now I would request all of you to stand up and observe a minute's silence in her loving memory. Thank you. Please settle. Now I hand over to our student Rupsha Ganguly to start the proceedings.
Good morning, everyone. It is an absolute pleasure to see such a distinguished gathering here today. Respected dignitaries, Vice Chancellor Sir, GCO Sir, and Dean Ma'am, honored guests, faculty members, speakers, and fellow students, a very warm welcome to the National Media Conclave. Organized by the Journalism and Mass Communication Department, jointly presented by the Center for Corporate and Career Advancement Cell of SNU, this conclave is not just a meeting of minds, it is a celebration of ideas, discussions, and the ever-evolving narrative of India. The topic of this conclave is media communication and shifting professional codes. I am sure each one of you is as excited as I am to witness today's insightful conversations and inspiring presentations. Let's embark on this journey together where we explore and question whether media democracy as we know it is sustainable truth any longer. And to set the tone for this beautiful event, I now invite our talented students to present a rendition of the soul-stirring Anando Loke, Mongola Loke, a song that uplifts the spirit and fills the heart with positivity. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Thank you for that beautiful performance. Now, to formally kick off the proceedings, I have the pleasure of introducing our hosts for the day. First, we have Professor Rituparna Sharkar, seasoned educator and leader with over 25 years of experience, currently serving as the head of the Center for Corporate and Career Advancement at Sister Nivedita University. Alongside her, we have Assistant Professor Shoikat Mojumdar, a pillar of strength and inspiration, a television journalism expert with 18 years of industry experience. Without further ado, let me invite both of them to take over and guide us through the rest of the morning's proceedings. Please give them a warm welcome.
Thank you, Rupsha. Before we start, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries that have come for this third National Media Conclave, and it is jointly organized by the Journalism and Mass Communication Department along with the Center for Corporate and Career Advancement. I am Rituparna, and along with me is Dr. Shoikat Mojumdar, and we are your hosts for the next 3 days. So, Shoikat sir, let's start. Yeah.
This is our third year of Conclave, and this year our theme is, as Rupsha has already mentioned, that media, communication and shifting professional codes. Actually, the world is changing, technology is advancing, and so is the media. To catch up with the changing trends, media professionals as well as the media educators need to be updated. And that is why media research has become so important. We hope this 3-day National Media Conclave will see some of the best papers presented by the best scholars of the country and some of the best deliberations from the best media educators and media professionals of the country. We are looking forward to that.
Well, media is constantly evolving, as we all know, especially with the rapid advancement of digital platforms and technologies. Media conclaves like this provide a forum to discuss new trends, such as the rise of streaming services, the impact of artificial intelligence on media, the role of social media influences, and the changing landscape of news consumption. Conclaves like these help industry professionals stay ahead of changes and adapt to new opportunities. This year, the third Media Conclave at SNU will serve as a platform where influential figures from India across, the media industry experts, policy makers, and the thought leaders, they come together to discuss pressing issues, they share insights, and shape the future of media and communication. Our conclave is a platform for intellectual discourse, where we will challenge existing paradigms and explore innovative approaches to media communication. We will discuss the impact of digitalization, the role of social media, and the shifting boundaries between journalism, public relation, and advertising, among various other things. With traditional revenue streams like print advertising, shrinking media conclaves offer a space to explore new business models, monetization strategies, and innovations such as subscription-based models, crowdfunding, or branded content. Through this conclave, we aim to facilitate a dialogue between academics, practitioners, and policymakers, identify emerging trends and research gaps in media communication, foster collaborations and networks among scholars and professionals. We also inform and shape the future of media education and practice. Newer avenues to research that will be discussed here shall germinate scope for further exploration. We shall find out about the latest technologies influencing media production and distribution, including innovations in streaming, mobile content, and audience engagement techniques. Here at this point, I would also like to thank our partners, media partner, the Telegraph, Edugraph, we have the digital partner, Kolkata Buzz, SNU Chronicle, SNU Radio, SNU Reels, and of course our food partner, Berlin Burgers. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? We will right now go on to the formal inaugural speech, and I have the pleasure of inviting our Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Dhrupajyoti Chattopadhyay, to please come up on stage and share his thoughts and ideas about the conclave. Sir.
A very good morning to all of you. I just want to first start this program with a cheers to the department. Let's give a big hand to the Department of Journalism.
Sir, we are also there.
This is the first time. For them, it's for the third time. That's why. Yeah. So because something which you can sustain, you can continue, that is a very important thing. And for that purpose, I really want to thank the department that we started the first conclave, and then the second one, and then right now we are going to start our third conclave. And I also want to thank the Center for Corporate and Career Advancement, who for the first time joining hand with this in this third conclave. So thanks to the Department of Corporate and Career Advancement. Let's have a clap for them also. Now, today, I must also want to give our really gratitude to them for taking so much of pain for coming over here, our honored guest, Mr. Jaswant Rana, Dr. Survi Daya, and Dr. Snehashish Paul, and Dr. Shujit Paul, Snehashish Shur, and Dr. Shujit Paul. Thank you for coming over here. And Dr. Mohul Brahma. So now, what I thought that when I looked at this particular title of this conclave, media, which is a known word, communication is a known word, but with that we are now adding the shifting professional codes. Now this shifting professional codes is becoming very, very important right now in this world. In this world where, as mentioned by Rituparna, the evolving media things are there, and there are so many different avenues for getting this particular media, and specifically when we are talking about the digitized media. There is so much of impact of this particular media, digitalization on this particular media. Now, when we are looking at this, parallelly what we could see, there are many areas which are also coming up, which are challenges for this. When these new technologies are here, then you can see that parallelly, there are number of things which has to be taken care of. And I think right now, I hope there are going to be discussions also, the ethics, because the ethics part is becoming so important right now. You could see that almost 20 to 30% of the media available at this period of time, are fake news. Now this fake news is something which is a challenge also. So whenever we are talking about this advancement in the media, whenever we are talking about this advancement of communication, these professional codes are becoming very, very important. We have to understand that what are the different impacts of this, and the ethical considerations are very important, and I am sure that this particular part must be to our next generation media personnel who are here at the back of this hall, I just wanted to mention that keep this particular term ethics as one of the most important terms while you are doing any work. So thank you, and I wish a great success for this third media conclave.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring and insightful words. Now I would like to call upon on stage our Group CEO, Techno India Group, Dr. Shonku Bose, sir, for his deliberation.
Good morning, and my first extra heartfelt congratulations to the media, communication, and our C3A department, and hosting such a wonderful event. And one thing I must appreciate, my colleague, I think she deserves. I just texted her. The Mrinal is one of the perfect example as an invisible leadership. And with this, in fact, this is the topics that I'm going to talk in this afternoon in XLRI. So I thought that, wow, I have a homegrown leader with invisible leader. So Minal, thank you. Thanks for the wonderful initiative and keep it up. And just a minute. So it is true privilege to be here today at the third National Media Conclave organized by the School of Media and Communication and C3A, which is Career and Corporate Advancement Team. The gathering is not only a collaboration of media's pivotal role in the society, but also a reminder of the responsibility of the rest on our shoulder in shaping narratives, informing public, and upholding the tenets of free and fair journalism. In my view, the key challenges of journalism in India today, and I'm sure that I'm going to highlight those challenges, and I'm sure that that will be the topic of discussion for the next 3 days. And I personally feel that one of the fundamental clauses is the freedom of press. So this should be the question today. And the first, our Honorable Vice Chancellor just mentioned, the moment you open up your mobile phone, you'll have flooded with the fake news. So I think this is one of the great challenges of today's, and that should be discussed here. The misinformation and fake news. The whole population get biased and these days, and the way the media is making it up and all. So how to handle that, that should be. Then the second challenge I think that entire Indian journalism are facing is political pressure and censorship. And sometimes, since we run the 2 newspapers, sometimes because of my position, I do get so many calls, even in the middle of the night, and make sure that what will be the first page, lead story, second story, and all. And even the next day, if anything happens, so immediately I know that the call is going to come. Third is the media ownership and concentration. Particularly in India, I think this is one of the key things. If I look at that, there's a few corporate house is completely controlled, probably the 90% of the media. And if that is the situation, there's no competition, then where is the, how do we create ethics, value, ownership and all? It's basically the money is bought over the media. I'm sure that that should be the discussion. And there should be a law in India that monopolization of business, because most of the developed country that there's a deregulations of kind of things that you cannot hold more than 25%. Basically, if I'm holding the 90% of the media, that means I'm holding the 90% of the truth. And that should be the discussion and should be the center stage of this kind of meeting. So, fourth point is safety and security of the journalist. These days, our journalist friends, students, and colleagues, whenever they go to the spot, they are getting the first target. And even not on the spot, even beyond the story, they are getting abusive, they all these, that, and all. There should be like, recently we have seen that kind of agitations going on. There should be the similar kind of strict rule to be established for our journalist colleagues, because it should not be tolerated. Fifth is declining of press freedom. So if we, though I'm sure that you guys are seeing that India's freedom of press is globally is declining. I think over past few years, the ranking is declining. So that should be the discussion, that very few people internationally have started trusting on the Indian press news these days. So sixth, in my view, is a paid news and ethical concern. What Professor Chattopadhyay just mentioned, that should be the discussion, the paid news and ethical concern. We are already, our media is corporatized and concentrated, monopolized, and on top of that, paid news and ethical concern. Seventh is, most important, is the digital transformation and revenue model. You know that almost the print media is gone worldwide. And on top of that, the love for reading the media's stories, if you move to the digital media, hardly after every 3 lines, there's the one ad. It's so irritating, so irritating. You cannot even read and complete the story, and there's no narrative. So there need to be some sort of a balance between these and the revenue model also. Being a chief executive officer and running the 2 newspaper, I understand the how hard, and every month when the balance sheet comes, how to manage and also making some kind of balance. So I understand the pain also, but the problem is also, I'm sure that these will be the topics of discussion for the next few days. And next one is in linguistic and cultural diversity. Particularly in India kind of a language, still I think the English media is getting the dominance of that, ignoring the regional languages. So sitting in here, so in Calcutta, I hardly get to know about what is going on, this important story in Kerala, small village, because hardly there's all coverage is in English. So it's regional languages are getting ignored. In the next one is emerging technologies. I think the most reason of fake news is AI and the data, and now there's the voice cloning and all. So this should be the discussion how to handle and how to balance it. I highlighted this. I thought that I was just thinking last night that what I should be speaking on this forum, because I'm not from the media industry, but as a common user point of view, I thought that let's highlight all the challenges in this August forum, and let's them discuss over next 3 days and come out with a right solution and make some suggestion of this. Monopolization of media and political pressure on our media is really disturbing the society. And Indian society is not on a 1 or 2 million population. It is almost 1/4 of world's population. So with that, I would like to conclude this morning's, and I'm sure that next 3 days will be very interesting discussion, all kind of lot of thoughts, and I'm sure that after that, there will be some proceeding, and I would look forward to seeing that. Wish you all good luck. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words always keep us engaged, and they are very inspiring. Now I have the pleasure of inviting somebody who is a very fascinating person, and she needs no introduction. Dr. Meenal Parikh, can we please have you on stage? And if you could share a few words. The person who has designed this conclave, the mastermind.
Good morning to all the dignitaries present, my dear faculty members across SNU. Thank you for blessing this event today, the third media conclave, because today I see my friends and colleagues are not only from mass communication, from other departments also. So my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who's present here. And it's been a long journey. Today I'm a student also because Yashwant sir is sitting today here, and I have worked under him in Aaj Tak News channel. So I think it's a full circle today that when he was my teacher at one point of time, and today I am in some way trying to mentor many students over here. So thank you everyone for being present today. We would be launching the proceedings of the second media conclave today. So I would just request the dignitaries present to have a little patience, and we would want all of them to be present when this unveiling happens. Please watch this live at www.snumcaj. That is our platform where we can see live all the proceedings. So whoever is sitting at home or anywhere else, they can see the proceedings. And we've tried to make this more national, because I think sitting at West Bengal, we miss the opportunities of listening to these people who are sitting Delhi, which is hub of news. Because I've come from that area, and I can say that till today, in India, politics and news surrounding politics is going to sell and work. And that is where our students generally, they shy from learning politics. So please be very aware who your government is, what your government is doing, what is happening around the world, and for that reading newspaper. These were basics that we were taught. And today I thought that it is important that these people come here and say that yes, politics is something, news surrounding politics is something that you should not avoid and you should learn. It's good that we are in digital media, but do not forget our grounds. So thank you so much for being here. And professional codes, of course, because we are still struggling, trying to figure out where to say yes and where to say no. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Minal Parikh, our team leader who has led us to do this. And now I have the pleasure to call up on stage the person who has worked day and night for arranging this conclave and was running crazy till half an hour back. The convener of the conclave, my dear friend Arindam Basu.
I was truly going crazy because just half an hour back I took Snehashishda's car number and I sent it back to him. And so good morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, Group CEO sir, dignitaries who've come here and added their spark to this Cloudcast Day, my friends from the media, fellow paper presenters, and mostly my dear students. A very warm welcome to you to this National Conclave. This is the third edition, and we are pleased to let you know that we have grown each year because of the dedication and diligence of the team that works relentlessly round the year to make this event a grand success. I'm just a small cog in that giant wheel. This year, our theme is media, communication, and shifting professional codes. On the slippery turf of media ethics, professional codes are a voluntary expression of professional diligence by quality-conscious media personalities, be it journalists, admin, PR persons, or anyone who's directly connected to the world of mass media. The slant is palpable, the shifting of goalposts evident. Self-regulation by the media is a must to reduce influence by third parties over media content. The changing media environment challenges the world and also the work put out by the media every day. Legally insecure, financially weak, politically motivated, vested and vulnerable, pressures and privileges make the road an alluring one but dangerous. It is with this idea that we have set up 3 days of plenary sessions and talk shows. Papers will also be presented on broader themes beyond the seminal topic, and we have been able to connect with major humanities streams like English, Bengali, sociology, psychology, fine arts, performing arts, making this conclave truly interdisciplinary. I welcome all the paper presenters, session chairs, dignitaries, and we hope we have 3 exciting days of discussions that germinate new thoughts and give birth to new ideas for further research and policy development. This year, we have associated with the Center of Corporate and Career Advancement to make the academic industry interface more meaningful. I thank everyone in C3A, especially Rituparna Sarkar ma'am, for putting her best foot forward. Truly indebted and blessed to have you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the lovely words. Let's move on. We will now start with the felicitation. And before that, I would like to request Honorable VC Sir, GCEO Sir, the Dean Sirs present, the guests, all to come forward, because in SNU we have a practice that whenever we start anything beautiful, anything very noble, we always start with the watering of the plant instead of lighting the lamp. So all of you, if you could please come forward, and we will now have this ceremony of watering the plant.
Now we will move on to felicitate our honored guests of the day. First,
May I please call upon Dr. Shankhu Bose, Honorable GCEO Sir, to felicitate Dr. Surbhi Dahiya. Can we please have the AV? Renowned media educator. Currently, she is a professor of journalism and HOD at the Media Business Studies, Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi. Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious presence.
Okay. Next, I have the pleasure to call upon on stage Arindam Basu, a convener. Please come on stage to felicitate Mr. Abhijit Dasgupta. Mr. Abhijit Dasgupta is a renowned documentary filmmaker, journalist, television, one of the stalwarts of Indian television journalism, and was the former station director of Doordarshan, and he had run his channel for more than 8 years. And it's my pleasure to call upon and announce about Abhijit Dasgupta. He is my guru in journalism.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Yashwant Rana is one of the leading journalists of India. He has worked in channels like Zee News, Aaj Tak, Mahua News, and India News. Currently, he is the managing editor of India News Channel. He has been honored with several awards for his contributions to the field of journalism. May we have the audio and video? VC sir, may we please have the honor of having you on stage to felicitate Dr. Yashwant Rana. Thank you, Dr. Chattopadhyay, and thank you, Mr. Rana. Let's move on. Shaukat sir.
Yeah. May I call Dr. Minal Parekh on stage to felicitate Dr. Mohul Brahma, Dean, NSHM Media School, and a very eminent media educator.
Dr. Snehashish Shur is a veteran journalist and media educator. He is the former Additional Director General, Doordarshan, and he is the president of Press Club, Kolkata. Sir, may we please have you on stage? Dr. Shonku Bose, may I have the pleasure of having you on stage to felicitate Mr. Snehashish Shur. Thank you, Dr. Shur. Thank you, Dr. Bose. We will now move ahead with the launching of the book.
Yeah,
Shoykot?
before the launching of the book, I would call upon Mr. Arindam Basu, Professor Arindam Basu, for a special announcement.
Volunteers who are taking care of placement cell boardroom, please head to the boardroom with the laptop because our session will start in say 10 minutes time. And those handling boardroom on the ground floor for the online session, please head to the boardroom. And the participants for the who will be giving presentation in person for the placement cell, some of the volunteers, please lead them to the placement cell boardroom, please. Okay, so that we can start precisely in 10 minutes time. Okay.
Now we have a great moment of pleasure and honor. The last media conclave which we organized in 2023, the book which is the result of that 3-day session, Media, Culture and Society, we will formally launch that book. I have the pleasure and honor to call all the dignitaries present here to come on stage for the launching of the book.
I would request the Deans Debashish sir, please, Burashib sir, please, other faculty members, Shobona, Moni Kinkini, all who are present, Arijit, the one sitting beside, sir, do I need to call you? PDG sir, COE sir, please bless us, please come up. I don't know whoever I'm seeing here, I'm calling, please come up on stage. At least stand in the frame with us. Andrila, please. Orjani is there. Orjani, please represent your mother. I hope I'm not missing anyone. Please volunteer and please come up on stage.
We will now start the plenary session for which we have been awaiting. I would like to call upon my colleague and a very dear friend, Dr. Jhumur Dattagupta, on stage. Professor Jhumur Dattagupta on stage to take over right now. Jhumur, the stage is all yours. The plenary session, the participants of the plenary session, Dr. Surbhi Daya, Mr. Yashwant Rana, and Dr. Snehashish Shur. Please give us a few minutes of time to arrange the stage.
And before the plenary session starts, we have a small announcement. This program is being live streamed at snumcaj.com, and the book which is launched recently, just now, it will be available for all to read in SNU MCAG website under SNU Conclave section. Now we hand it over to HOD Journalism and Mass Communication Department, Professor Jumur Dattagupta.
Hello, hello, hello. Present here, media is playing a very important role in Indian democracy. We all know that media is referred as the fourth pillar of Indian democracy. But the unfortunate, some information every day we are getting. As per the Press Freedom Index, India ranked 161 out of 180 countries as per this index, as per the freedom of press and democracy of press. The journey of Indian journalism, which was started with the fearless voice of Raja Ram Mohan Roy and Gandhiji, is it under threat now? Has the corporate policy and the political binary of the so-called big media houses clouded the trust factor of the media? Are the political manipulations and profit-making steps the only agenda of today's media business. Many incidents pointed out that so-called educated middle class, they are very apathetic about mainstream media. And the media even got the recent coinage, the Godi media. At this complex juncture, there is one question that arises in our mind: is media democracy a sustainable truth any longer? We open our plenary session with this topic. We shall listen, discuss, and enlighten ourselves with our three eminent, very powerful guests. I would like to call up on stage and invite our guest, Mr. Yashwant Rana. Mr. Rana is one of the leading journalists of India. He has worked in channels like Zee News, Aaj Tak, Mahua News, and India News. Currently, he is the managing editor of India News channel. Our second panelist, Professor Dr. Shurvi Dhaya, is a renowned media educator. Currently, she is a professor of journalism and HOD Media Business Studies, Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi. And I would like to call up on stage Dr. Snehashish Shur. Snehashish Shur is a seasoned journalist and media educator. He is the former Additional Director General of Doordarshan. He is the President of Press Club, Kolkata. We are starting our plenary session. Our topic is media democracy a sustainable truth any longer? First, I would like to call Mr. Yashwant Rana, and Mr. Rana will share his vision.
Good morning, everyone. This is for the fourth time I'm here in Kolkata. And every time I feel that the moment I land, it starts raining. And in Indian tradition, this is taken as a good omen. I would like to thank Meenal also for inviting me to such an event which is very thought-provoking. Many issues raised by previous speakers must be discussed. The point which has been raised, that is media today is democratically independent or free. It's a perception, subjective issue. How do you perceive the system which is there in the country, political system, and how you look at yourself as a journalist in the entire arena of journalism? You are a tool, as a matter of fact. तो होता क्या है, चूंकि आप लोगों की ज़िंदगी अभी शुरू होगी, आप आ गए हैं, डिजिटल मीडियम ने एक ऑप्शन तैयार किया. अभी तक जो ट्रेडिशनल मीडिया था, वन वे ट्रैफिक था. A newspaper is writing an article, is being read by people, and they are making their own opinion about a particular content or event, or a person also, or party. But what happens now? मैंने कुछ लिखा है तो उस पर आप भी लगातार जवाब देते हैं. यह जो बाइलेटरल इशू है, ट्रैक है, इसने उन सभी सवालों को दरकिनार कर दिया है जो मीडिया के ऊपर सिस्टम के शिकंजा डालने को लेकर के उठते थे. अगर एक चैनल, दो चैनल, अखबार नहीं बोलते हैं, नहीं लिखते हैं, तो उनसे कहीं बड़ी तादाद है सोशल मीडिया पर उन लोगों की जो लगातार मीडिया के तरफ से ही लिखते बोलते हैं, वो जर्नलिस्ट ही हैं। मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया ने उनको छोड़ा या उन्होंने मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया को छोड़ा है, तो मेजर इश्यूज पर वो लगातार एक्टिव हैं एंड दे आर पोस्टिंग देयर वीडियोस, देयर ओपिनियन, देयर स्टोरीज एवरी डे. It could be 2 stories, 3 stories or 4 stories as well, and they are going live also. They are being followed. किसी न्यूज़ चैनल के फॉलोअर्स से या तो ज़्यादा या उनके बराबर या थोड़ा कम फॉलोअर्स उनके हैं, तो सिस्टम शिकंजा डाल दे मीडिया के ऊपर, तो इसमें आपको ये समझना है कि मीडिया क्या है। वही मीडिया है जो ट्रेडिशनल मीडिया है, जिसको आप टेलीविज़न चैनल कहते हैं, न्यूज़ चैनल या न्यूज़पेपर्स, या फिर ये डिजिटल मीडिया है जो इवॉल्व हो रहा है बहुत तेज़ी से। ओवर लास्ट 30 years there has not been such a change in media as it was over last 7-8 years. डिजिटल मीडियम और एआई, इसने मीडिया को इतना चेंज किया है। ये मीडियम है, मैं बताऊँ, मैं आता हूँ कि मैं कहाँ जा रहा हूँ, लेकिन आपके लिए अपनी बात कहने का रास्ता बहुत आसान हो गया है और दूर तक कम्युनिकेशन है। अगर मैं आज की तारीख में आपके सामने बोल रहा हूं तो सिर्फ आप ही नहीं सुन रहे हैं, बहुत संभव है कि ये सोशल मीडिया के ज़रिए हिंदुस्तान के बाहर के लोग भी सुन रहे होंगे। तो यह जो रीच है, यह अभी जाकर के बनी है, पिछले कुछ वर्षों में, पहले ऐसा नहीं था। और जब कभी भी आप चेंजेस को ठीक से देखते हैं तो अपना ओपिनियन आप बना सकते हैं। आज से 8 साल पहले 2015 में अरब में एक रिवॉल्यूशन हुआ, उसको स्प्रिंग रिवॉल्यूशन कहते हैं। एक छोटे से देश में, ट्यूनीशिया नाम है उसका, उसमें एक ठेले वाले ने एक पुलिस वाले की जाति के खिलाफ सुसाइड किया और पुलिस सिस्टम जिस तरीके से लोगों के ऊपर जुल्म ढाता है, उसको लेकर के लोग एक तरीके से गैंग अप होने लगे। और वो एक देश में पहले रिवॉल्यूशन आया, क्रांति आई, फिर दूसरे में, तीसरे में, चौथे में यमन था, मिस्र था, सीरिया था, ट्यूनीशिया था। तो लगभग कई देशों की या तो सत्ता हिल गई या सत्ता बदल गई। उसमें कोई मीडिया का रोल नहीं था, जो ट्रेडिशनल मीडिया कहते हैं, लेकिन यह जो सोशल मीडिया है, इसका रोल था। तो मीडिया सिर्फ वही नहीं है जिसको हम देखते हैं, लेकिन हाँ, अभी एक सवाल उठ रहा था कि फेक न्यूज़ ने सोसाइटी को बहुत पॉल्यूट किया है, और मैं इससे सहमत हूँ। न्यूज़ चैनल में होने के नाते मैंने हमेशा ये माना है कि जब तक आप बहुत अलर्ट नहीं हैं और आप क्रॉस चेक नहीं करते हैं, तो हो सकता है कि आप ऐसा टूल बन जाएं जो सोसाइटी और कंट्री दोनों के लिए डेंजरस हो सकता है। और चूँकि जर्नलिज्म में आप लोग जा रहे हैं, जर्नलिस्ट को बहुत ही ऑब्जर्वेंट और इनक्विजिटिव होना चाहिए। जितना सवाल आप खुद से और सामने वाले से कर सकते हैं, वो ताकत आपके भीतर पैदा होनी चाहिए। एक छोटा उदाहरण मैं आपको देता हूँ। अभी 4 रोज़ पहले एक बड़े नेशनल न्यूज़ चैनल पर आउटडोर शो में एक आदमी आता है और वो रोने लगता है, कहता है कि मैं तो 98 लाख के कर्ज में हूँ, मैंने ऑनलाइन गेमिंग खेली और उसमें मैं डूब गया हूँ। फिर पूरा शो जो है वो ड्रैग कर लेता है अपने पास, शो उसके पास आ जाता है। 98 लाख रुपीस उसने कहा कि मैंने अपनी माँ के गहने बेचे, मैंने अपनी मौसी के रुपए चोरी किए, और वो इंडिया के नेशनल मीडिया का फोकल पॉइंट हो जाता है। उस पर 2-3 पॉडकास्ट होते हैं जो मिलियंस में जाते हैं। मैं आज सुबह न्यूज़ मीटिंग में डिस्कस कर रहा था, एंड सडनली when I was coming to Kolkata, there is a post about that guy only, and person who was posting his video or text as well, he was close to him, and he is close to him. He knows him. He is his neighbor. एंड व्हाट इज सेइंग, ये बहुत बड़ा फर्जी है, 98 लाख रुपए कोई कर्जा नहीं है, ये घर आता जाता रहता है, इसकी माँ बिल्कुल ठीक है, इसकी मौसी ऐसी नहीं कि 1.5 लाख रुपए चोरी कर सकता है। तो एक आदमी ने आपके पूरे इंडियन मीडिया को एक दिन नहीं, 2 दिन नहीं, 3 दिनों के लिए हाईजैक कर लिया, और हमने सवाल नहीं किया कि तुमने अगर IIT मेंस क्वालिफाई किया तो तुम्हारी रैंक क्या थी, तुमने जहाँ से पास आउट किया है वहाँ के लोगों से, उसके माँ बाप से, उसके मौसी से क्रॉस चेक नहीं किया, जबकि अभी तो किसी से 10 सेकंड में, 1 मिनट के भीतर हम बात करके क्रॉस चेक करते हैं वेदर दिस मैन इज स्पीकिंग राइट रॉन्ग। तो ये जो फेक न्यूज़ का मामला है, सिर्फ एक इवेंट बता रहा हूँ, लेकिन द एंटायर सोसाइटी इज बीइंग पॉल्यूटेड by those whose intention is not to keep the society the way society is going and nation also। तो जब आप polluted mindset के हैं तो आप लगातार सोसाइटी के भीतर, और vested interest के कारण होता है, it could be political vested interest and there's so many also, I can't divulge all those things in front of you, but बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जो आपके सामने आएंगी जिनका कोई आधार नहीं होता है, लेकिन ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसा ही हो रहा है। एक जर्नलिस्ट को 4 बातों पर बहुत ध्यान रखना चाहिए। पहला ये कि जो सबसे अनकॉमन होता है उसको अपने पास रखो, कॉमन सेंस। दूसरा, लॉजिकल होना चाहिए, रीजनिंग आपके पास होना चाहिए कि अगर ऐसा है तो क्या ऐसा हो सकता है, तो वो रीजनिंग होगी तो आप क्वेश्चन करेंगे। तीसरा, आपकी अपनी पढ़ाई लिखाई बहुत अच्छी होनी चाहिए। इट्स अ ह्यूज कंट्री, बहुत बड़ा मुल्क है। आपकी हिस्ट्री, आपका आर्ट, आपका कल्चर, आपके पॉलिटिक्स, आपकी सोसाइटी, इस पर आपकी ठीक ठाक पकड़, जितना ज़्यादा आप पढ़ेंगे उतनी बेहतर आपकी समझ होगी। कभी भी आपके पास जो राइट पर्सपेक्टिव में चीज़ों को देखा जाता है, राइट कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखा जाता है, सिर्फ एक ही कारण है कि आप पढ़े लिखे हैं, आपके पास समझदारी है। जिस कैपिटल में बैठा हुआ हूँ, ये स्टेट इतना बड़ा है, राजा राम मोहन राय का जिक्र भी हो रहा था, विवेकानंद, रामकृष्ण परमहंस, सुभाष चंद्र बोस। इंडियन आर्ट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम ईस्ट बंगाल, तो आप जानते तो होंगे ना, अगर नहीं जानते हैं तो आपको जानना चाहिए। जिस इंस्टीट्यूट में आप बैठे हुए हैं, जिस लेडी के नाम पर है, उस लेडी के बारे में आप कितना जानते हैं। अगर नहीं जानते हैं तो आपके भीतर इसका मतलब सवाल पैदा नहीं होता है। उस लेडी का रोल इंडियन फ्रीडम मूवमेंट नहीं, इंडियन कल्चरल हेरिटेज को एनरिच करने में कितना रहा है, व्हाट एन इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल शी हैज प्लेड इन 2 decades शी वॉज देयर इन इंडिया। 1890 से लेकर के 1911 तक, ये 20-21 साल। तो एक आयरिश लेडी ने क्या किया, अगर आपको नहीं जानते हैं तो आपको जानना, जो कि आप यहाँ पढ़ते हैं, इसका मतलब कि सवाल बंद हैं, तो सवाल करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। जो तीसरी बात है, आप पढ़ो लिखो बहुत ज़्यादा। चौथा, जो टेक्नोलॉजी आपकी आज की तारीख में है, उसके साथ आप लगातार अपने को पेस में रखो। इट्स ए चेंजिंग सोसाइटी एवरी डे, एंड द वे सोसाइटी एंड टेक्नोलॉजी आर चेंजिंग, इफ़ यू डोंट चेंज योर सेल्फ एंड डोंट मेंटेन पेस विद द चेंज, you'll be left somewhere else। तो जर्नलिस्ट के साथ ये 4 बातें बहुत ज़रूरी हैं। लेकिन क्या है, ये जितनी चीज़ें हैं क्यों हैं, क्योंकि आप ऑप्शन लेकर के आते हो। मैं 2 मिनट और लूँगा, क्योंकि मेरी अब इस बात को आप ध्यान रखना। एक वीडियो एडिटर है, AI उस वीडियो एडिटर का ऑप्शन बन सकता है। एक वॉइस ओवर आर्टिस्ट है, हो सकता है कि AI उसका दूसरा ऑप्शन बन जाए। एक स्क्रिप्ट राइटर है, उसका ऑप्शन भी AI दे सकता है। लेकिन द वे आई थिंक, द वे आई राइट, AI कांट। अगर मैंने अपने लिखने और अपने लिखने के ज़रिए आपके ऊपर असर छोड़ने की ताकत पैदा कर ली है, तो AI नहीं कर सकता है। ग्राउंड पे जिस तरीके से मैं चीज़ों को देख करके आपको बताने और वहाँ से सवाल पैदा हो रहा है, उस सवाल को उठा करके उनका जवाब जिन लोगों के पास उन तक जाने की जिस तरह की कोशिश मैं करता हूँ, जो मेरी समझ है, जो मेरा विज़न है, जिस तरीके से मैं बोल रहा हूँ, जिस तरीके से मैं आपके साथ कम्युनिकेट कर रहा हूँ, ये एआई नहीं कर सकता है। तो आपके जो पर्सनल ट्रेड्स हैं, अगर आप उसको डेवलप नहीं करते हैं तो आप इस रेस में, टेक्नोलॉजी की रेस में छूट जाएंगे, आपकी ज़रूरत नहीं रहेगी। तो अगर आपकी ज़रूरत नहीं है तो फिर आप गैर ज़रूरी हो गए। यू हैव टू क्रिएट इम्पॉर्टेंस फॉर योर सेल्फ बाई मीन्स ऑफ योर ओन कॉम्पिटेंस। आपकी अपनी जो काबिलियत है, इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि चीज़ों को आप देखो, समझो। इस स्टेट में 3 घटनाओं का जिक्र करता हूँ। एक आरजीकर मेडिकल कॉलेज की घटना है, एक शाहजहां शेख की घटना है, एक अनुव्रत मंडल की घटना है। ये 3 लोग हैं और तीनों ब्लैक लिस्टेड हैं, तीनों के खिलाफ क्रिमिनल केसेस हैं और तीनों इस स्टेट में जो पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम है उसका नेक्सस कैसे है उसको एक्सपोज करने वाले। अगर इन तीनों को आप ठीक से नहीं समझते हैं, कोरिलेट करके नहीं देखते हैं, तो वेस्ट बंगाल में चीज़ें कैसे चल रही हैं, हाउ द इंटायर पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम इज हैविंग कंट्रोल और नेक्सस विद सो मेनी थिंग्स विच आर नॉट गुड फॉर द स्टेट, आप कभी बोल नहीं पाओगे, क्योंकि आपने उनको टुकड़ों में देखा है। आप कोरिलेट करके देखो। यूपी में 2 इनकाउंटर हैं, 2 कास्ट का। वो इनकाउंटर्स आपस में क्या रिलेट करते हैं? कास्ट का फैक्टर जो वहाँ से प्रोजेक्ट किया जाता है पॉलिटिकली, वो मैटर करता भी है कि नहीं करता, ये आप तभी कह सकते हैं जब आपका अपना परसेप्शन और आपकी अपनी स्टडी ठीक होगी। असम में एक गैंग रेप अक्यूज्ड भागता है पुलिस कस्टडी से और तालाब में डूब के मर जाता है क्योंकि उसके हाथ में हथकड़ी लगी हुई है। आज से 5 साल पहले हैदराबाद में एक डॉक्टर, लेडी डॉक्टर के रेप और उसके मर्डर के मामले में 4 लोग जिनको पुलिस ले गई थी, वो पुलिस कस्टडी से भागते समय मारे गए। और महाराष्ट्र में बदलापुर में परसों जो अक्यूज था वो भी पुलिस कस्टडी से भागते समय मारा गया। सब भाग रहे थे, एनकाउंटर है। लेकिन गाय who is committing crime in front of camera, in front of you, he doesn't need any evidence to be convicted, takes 10 years, 20 years for justice. And when justice comes, he gets out. तो आपकी राय क्या बनेगी? जो बदलापुर में हो रहा है, जो हैदराबाद में हो रहा है, जो असम में हुआ है, जिसके खिलाफ लगता है यहाँ ये है, इसने किया, इसका विजुअल है, एविडेंस है, तो आप कहते हैं कि ये पुलिस इनकाउंटर जो है वो सही है। मैं ये नहीं कहता हूँ कानून हाथ में लेना सही है, सिटीजन के पास राइट होना चाहिए जस्टिस के लिए, लेकिन क्रिमिनल के लिए जस्टिस एक प्रोटेक्शन वॉल बन जाए, ऐसा भी नहीं होना चाहिए। तो जब अलग अलग एविडेंस, अलग अलग इंसिडेंट्स को आप देखते हैं और उनको कोरिलेट करते हैं तो आपके पास एक परसेप्शन तैयार होता है। तो ये ताकत आप ज़रूर पैदा करो। टेक्नोलॉजी चाहे जहाँ भी आके खड़ा हो जाएगी, वो आपका ऑप्शन नहीं बन सकती, वो आपकी सहूलियत बन सकती है, लेकिन आपके भीतर जो क्वालिटीज़ हैं, दोज क्वालिटीज़ कांट बी डन अवे विद। तो इसलिए डेमोक्रेसी में जर्नलिज्म आज से सवालों में नहीं है। लॉर्ड विलियम बेंटिक ने जब ये शुरू हुआ था, इसी कोलकाता में पहला अखबार चला था और अंग्रेज संपादक के यहाँ अंग्रेजी हुकूमत ने छापा मारा था। तो जो सिस्टम है और जर्नलिज्म है, इन दोनों के बीच फाइट जो है वो लगातार चलती है। टाइम के मुताबिक उसकी शक्लें बदल जाती हैं, उसके थ्रेट्स बदल जाते हैं, उसके चैलेंजेस बदल जाते हैं, लेकिन ये चलते रहते हैं। आज की तारीख में अगर सिस्टम आपके ऊपर ज़्यादा दबाव डालता है तो दूसरी तरफ सोशल मीडिया है जो लगातार एक्टिव होता जा रहा है और लोगों के बीच में अपनी जगह बनाता जा रहा है। तो आवाज़ जो हमारी आपकी है वो आपके बीच में आती है, राय आपको बनाना है। अपनी राय बनाने से पहले मैंने जो 4 बातें कहीं वो ज़रूर रखिए, बतौर नागरिक भी, बतौर जर्नलिस्ट भी। अगर आपके पास वो नहीं होता है तो बहुत दिक्कत होती है, परेशानी होती है, और इंटायर सोसाइटी इन कंट्री ऑल्सो उसके आगे बढ़ने में बहुत दिक्कत होती है। बेवजह के फसाद खड़ा होते हैं और मैंने बहुत सारे ऐसे फसाद देखे जिनकी कोई वजह नहीं थी कि वो हों, लेकिन हुए क्योंकि बस मुट्ठी भर लोगों का वेस्टेड इंटरेस्ट था। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Media is like a, we can say that punching bag. Everybody is saying media is actually lost its credibility, but the stakeholders of the media, how they are dealing every day's issues, and how they are still raising their voice and covering the story and deliver the information, the challenges, what they are facing. So this is very important for us and for the students of mass communication and journalism also. So I would like to call up on stage our second guest, Dr. Snehashish Shur, to share his vision.
Thank you, Professor Jhumur Dattagupta. Distinguished co-panelists, Professor Dr. Surbi Daya and eminent journalist, Mr. Yashwant Rana. It's a pleasure to share a dais with such luminaries of media education and a media practitioner, a leader, a senior journalist. Both of them have spent quite a number of time, years in their own ways. Now, I have been shuttling, and whatever I would like to say, it's to some extent, I should not say academic, but has a perception from the academics as well as from a perception of a practitioner. The topic which is quite known to you, ma'am and sir, may I request you to kindly shift your position, because I have a PowerPoint, because whoever says that who doesn't have power, neither power nor point in the deliberations has a PowerPoint. So I neither have power nor have deliberations. So I mostly try to take the help of back konta. Eta? No, back korbo. Back kore daw. Sorry. See, when we discuss media and democracy, we have to understand from the perception that, yes, we often call media as a fourth estate. But what is the exact meaning of that? Media and democracy, when the discussion comes, because fourth estate takes the pivotal point of discussion. It was first used by Edmund Burke. There are so many students, so I need to contextualize when we always say media is a fourth estate. It was by Edmund Burke when he was there in 1787 in the British House of Parliament, when he said there were nobles, clergies and the commoners, and they represented in the house that there are 3 such people who are sitting there, but the exact sentence who are pointed out the press gallery and remarked, there are 3 estates in Parliament, but the reporters gallery yonder sits a 4th estate, more important far than they all. In this context, Burke was acknowledging the press as a force that could influence public opinion and act as a check on the other estates. So there are 3 estates in a democratic country: the legislature, judiciary, and executive. And the 4th, not by any constitutional guarantee, it is a social perception that is considered to be 4th estate because it makes all the other 3 estates accountable, and it ensures transparency. As I said, that there is no constitutional guarantee, neither it is socially accepted, and Free media is a precondition of a democracy. My dear friends, this does not require any explanation that whether we call our democracy as the world's largest democracy because it's by sheer number, or it is the most effective democracy where a citizen has a right, like human rights, civil rights, and all others. So whether those rights are being exercised by the citizens, like universal adult franchise in the truest sense of the term, human rights as a truest sense of the term, and all other rights. So that is something which is very important. That is why the media has to uphold all these issues and point out to the society. That's why media is considered to be a fourth estate. Now, the role of media, as you all know, the primary role is information, education, entertainment, which I do not want to discuss. But the newer roles, whether in a democracy, media is performing these secondary roles or not. Because as I said, the democracy by sheer number, whether it's a democracy or not, that is determined how it is human rights and all other, the judiciary, all these are being exercised by the citizens. Similarly, whether it provides a real platform for diverse opinion, whether the diversity is coming up in the media or not, is a social inclusion that all kinds of people, not from political, but from social and, in the economic strata, different strata, whether all are represented. Whether does it facilitate a public debate or it's one-way intention. So whether the media is doing all these roles, does it generate a criticism to the system, to all these three others, and prompts a civic engagement? With the recent incident which we have seen, unfortunate and tragic incident, and the public outbreak aftermath, it is the media which informed, had a debate, and generated the civic engagement that the people are there out on the roads. And that whether does it raise accountability and responsibility for the authority. If media is doing all these, then media has a role to play in democracy. It is supposed to play all these roles. Apart from its primary roles, these are the secondary roles. We need to question. We need to understand. Now, there are different kinds of media. One is the legacy media, print, television, film, then the social media, WhatsApp, X, Facebook, Instagram, and the digital media. And the digital media is the most important issue to be discussed now, the social media. Whether there will be regulation, where there will be self-restraint, whether there will be an ethical practice, because digitization has democratized the world. So anybody is a content provider. What is the definition of a journalist now? This often you can ask question. Whoever works in an established television channel, or in a newspaper, or in radio, or anybody who puts its information in the social platform which goes to 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 1 lakh, and etc. So who is a more important journalist? But a content provider, whether he is doing ethically or he has some agenda, whether he is propagating misinformation and disinformation. So now, now we see the media consumption perspective that we discuss about legacy media, but we actually see that it is the digital media which people are more accessing. So the democracy, the role of media will be meaningful if we discuss on the media which is more prominent in the present world. See, digital is growing fast, average 5, it is Cure Media Review, average 500 minutes daily. So it's not very small. It's 500 means so many hours. So print decline is around 40%. This is a reality. Smartphones has 35% of share of media consumption. Social media, global users reaching 500 billion, and descending ad tolerance. Now, when we talk about digital media, we have to consider the ad tolerance, whether we are ready to see the ads and see the content, or what people are doing. I'll come next. But here it shows that the legacy media is gradually losing its command, its footprint over the society. And these are the media which is coming up. And if media's role is to be discussed, we have to discuss with the perception of or perspective of these new medias. Now, at tolerance we were discussing. It's a research by Kantar is saying that either people are skipping or paying to bypass the ads, they are skipping the ads, or they take a pay content where they are excluded from ads, or use ad blockers, or simply stop watching when ads appear and they just go to the next. Ad is the greatest disruption in the digital system. So one has to take care of it. Online 8 hours, social media 3 hours. You see, this is the media consumption. I have brought in this because we talk about media, role of media, but we need to first identify which is the prominent media now. It's 8 hours media consumption on an average, and within that is online media. Within that 3 hours is the social media content. So you see consumption. You see that how much people are engaging gradually in the online media and social media. In the Deloitte's 2024 digital media trends, and obviously you know that this research is only based on US, what they are saying is that media and entertainment industry appears exponentially larger than the entire industry is expanding. And in our country also it is expanding, like our growth rate, if we put it in 6% and 7%, our CAGR of the media and entertainment industry is almost on an average 10%. So it's higher than the GDP growth rate. So you might have access to FICCI Media and Entertainment Report by E&Y, which is the most accepted media industry report. And it says that on an average CAGR is 10%, while our GDP growth rate is 6%. So here also it is expanding. Consumer expectations of media and entertainment may now be shaped more by social media content creators and video games than by TV and films. It's not only the print, it's not only the TV and print, TV, and then now it's coming to social media. How people weigh value of entertainment options appears to be changing shape as well. So the change has to be reckoned with. And the digital sources have become an important part of Americans' news diets, with social media playing. You see, the Pew Research Center says that either people never has taken news as a source. Now, earlier the news source was the print, then it became the television. In the evening, everybody switched on to know what has happened throughout the day. Now, it is changing towards social media. Some never, which is around 30%, rarely is 8%, sometimes is 30% again, often is 23%. So it's basically, is not much change, but in the 1/4 we see that basically on social media as a news source they are using. And the internet use of India, we have to think, when we talk about digital and social, we need to give a stress on internet. And as a student and as a practitioner, we must know the reality. 800 million mark Indian internet users has crossed. This is from the Kantar and iCube 2023. And rural India has more internet users than urban. This we need to understand, because lot of lot of investment are decided on the basis of these data. In India, rural people are using internet more than the number of urban population. And 90% of the internet users are using internet daily. On an average, users spend 1.5 hours. So daily, 90% among the internet users, they go to internet daily. And at least on an average, they are spending 1.5 hours. So the strength, the footprint, the grip is internet. And you see, more than half of internet users live in rural India, which we have already said. And the gender divide has narrowed down over the years. This is something very important. But if we go even more in details, we see what the female population watch and what the male population watch are not the same. But that we are not going into such a details. But you see, the gender divide is narrowing down. This is what is important here. And as I said that the rural India has more people. Now, concentration of media ownership. In the inaugural session, these issues have been raised, so we need to address these issues. That top 7 media organizations have around 65% of market share across media in India. 7 media having a market share of 65%. This is the concentration. So if you, whatever these 7 media organizations are saying, they are catering to 65% of our population. 4 outlets, Dainik Jagaran, Hindustan, Amar Ujala and Dainik Bhaskar, they capture 3 out of 4 readers, 76.45% of readership share within the national Hindi language market. So there are 4 Hindi dailies which are catering to 3 out of 4 people who access Hindi dailies. Similarly, in regional language media, top 2 newspaper to reach 71% of audiences of Telugu. So Telugu has also this kind of concentration, and we know in Bengali, Kannada, Gujarati, Urdu is the same. Have potable drinking water, if you have health, if you have education, in a democratic country, in a laissez-faire country, you must have a public service broadcasting to get the information properly, to have all the marginalized and downtrodden, everybody's presence and space will be given. And the digital and social media, now we come to social citizen journalism, the fake news and unethical news, the issues which have been raised. So do we require a regulation? This is something that one way it has opened the vista and it has opened the, it has democratized. Anybody is now a content provider. Your content goes to hundreds and millions. But what are you given is justified. Now whether there should be a control, there is a debate going on. press and registration of periodicals, and the recent acts which are trying to regulate. Now, in the name of regulation, whether it's gagging or not, that is to be discussed section by section. So the new act is Press and Registration of Periodicals Act, which is the replacement of the old PRB Act. And then the DPDP Act, the Digital India Bill 2023, and the rule of this act is coming. And in this act, the intermediaries, like those who carry the message, are also being held responsible. And any information considered bad, untruth by the government will have to be taken down. Whether good or bad, the time will answer. Removal of harmful content. What is harmful? Harmful to whom? This is the issue. Whether it is, a lot of cases are also going on. I am not going to and the Broadcast Service Regulation Bill. These are the new issues which are in the offing, or some have already been legislated, which will deal with regulations. So, my dear friends, in one side we require a legislation, because it's not only it cannot be left totally on ethics, and it cannot be left to self-restraint. But in the name of regulation, whether we are curbing the freedom of the press or not, that needs to be discussed. Now, journalists killed. That means what is the kind of pressure? This is one data which will speak of that kind of pressure and kind of control being faced. 45 in 2023 in the world, and then in our country it is 5 only. So now when we talk about media freedom, media and democracy, if we discuss, the pivotal point is freedom of media. Then whose freedom? It is journalist freedom, editor's freedom, or owner's freedom. Journalist freedom, you can understand what it is. There is always a policy, there are always seniors, there is something. No, editor's freedom. The editors, professional editors, they are reducing in numbers. And then the owner's freedom. People say that it is the policies are decided by the strategic planners. Then freedom from the state and non-state actors. From the state means that there has been occasions when agencies have raided the journalist and they have taken away their mobile phones and laptops and things like that. They have put some people behind the bars, and UAPA and all other acts, and the Digital Media Acts, and now the new न्याय Sanhita also has got all these areas covered. So it's a threat from the state actor. If the state is not very happy with the content you are providing, state has some power to grab you. The grabbing, as Mr. Rana has already pointed out, since the day one, the grabbing has started. You see, the James Augustus Hickey, there was a case against him. He was deported and he could not go back. He did not have any money to buy his ticket. He just got into a ship and then he fell ill, and his body had to be thrown on the sea. This is the fate of the first editor of the first newspaper in India, who also happened to be a Britisher. Now, if this is the result of, putting some information which are not liked by the state, so you can understand from the day one what is the state actors. And there are non-state actors, the terrorists, corporates, and all others. All these, I need not discipline. Future dream, how do you see that democracy, we dream of democracy. We dream that what would be the ideal condition. Let 100 flowers bloom. Pluralism will bring different viewpoints. So that is the only answer at the moment we think of, that so many media outlets will give you so many perspectives, and I can access to them, and free access, and I get all the perceptions. Survival of the media. Now, ad and subscription revenue, there is a issue going, there is a change going on. The dependence of ad revenue is decreasing to some extent, and especially in the television and OTT, and the subscription revenue is increasing and ad revenue is decreasing, but mostly in the print and legacy media, it is the ad which is giving the sources. If corporate ad and the government ad are primary sources, obviously they will control ad, and through controlling the ad, they will control you. So you need to, as the issues have been raised like crowdfunding or subscription revenue, We are not very keen in subscribing yet, but maybe in the next generation you will go for more subscription. Free from control, I envisage some of the controls on how we become free, and what would be our Lakshman Rekha, that self-restraint, how much we will go, and the ethics, that legacy media, organized media, generally they are responsible. There are acts, there are other places, and there is a schooling. We learn from our seniors, and our juniors also learn from us. There's a practice of ethics being followed. But for the individual content providers, this awareness, media literacy has to be expanded. Otherwise, everybody will feel like whatever they feel like, they will disseminate through media. And the self-restraint and the citizen journalism. In one way, it is good, but another way, it can be detrimental. So what I dish out as a content, as an individual, we have to think twice before we do. I think this is whatever little I had to present in terms of media and democracy. On the media's perspective, on the media consumption's perspective, and the problems and the future dream. Thank you very much. And at the end, I must thank the SNU authorities for giving me an opportunity, and it's a great opportunity to have shared with two, in this digital age, I cannot say the outstation guests, but they have come all the way, and they have reached before me. So I'm very sorry. Nearest to the church is always furthest to the God. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Snehashi Shur. Thank you so much. Really, when we are discussing media freedom and democracy, we cannot ignore the presence of digital media. We cannot ignore the concept of concentration of ownership. So the media right now, when we are when we are discussing the media freedom, media is also facing different types of challenges, and as well as the professional shifting is going on. So we would like to listen from Dr. Survi Dhaya regarding these things, media freedom and media democracy. Ma'am.
Very good afternoon to all present, one and all. Thanks to Dr. Meenal Parekh and all the organizers for having me here. Well, when I started journalism, when I started reporting, way back in 1999, the things were very different. And now the paradigm is very, very different. There's a seismic shift in media. So if you go back to the purpose of, I think both the speakers talked about the first newspaper, which started in 1780 by James Augustus Hickey. But I would like to put it differently, that when media started, when we started reporting, or I would rather say that when, is it not working? So since all of you are media students here, and I would like you to look at media from various lenses, okay? The first lens, let us look forward, is why did media start, right? How and why did different media organizations start in India? So if you go back to 1838, when the Times of India started, its name was not the Times of India at that time, its name was the Bombay Journal of Commerce. So the purpose was very different. Dr. J. Brennan, who was the editor of that paper and also the owner of that paper, he was the Secretary of Trade in Mumbai, and he used to publish all the trade-related news in that paper And this paper used to cater to the British residents in India. So the purpose of the Times of India, which is now Times of India, which was then called as the Bombay Journal of Commerce, was very different. Whereas, if you see the other papers, whether it is the Hindustan Times or the Hindu or the Indian Express, the purpose was extremely different. The freedom struggle. So if you talk about the Hindustan Times, it was conceptualized in 1922 by the Akalis. And it came into being in 1924, and the purpose was to help in the freedom struggle. So the purpose of different newspapers that started way back pre-independence was very different. And once the independence was achieved, then what was the transition? What was the changing media at that time? Because she has given me a topic of related to the changes in media also. So I want to go back to the pre-independence era and start from the pre-independence era and what happened to media in the post-independence era and what happened to media in the emergency era and what happened to the media in the post-liberalization era, post-1991. And then what happened to media post-millennium, post-2000, and then what happened to media in the digitization era, which is like a decade back. So if you see all these shifts, do not see just the shift which is in the digitization era, just see all the shifts that have happened to the media industry in India. So pre-independence, the purpose of media was completely different, but as soon as the independence was attained, then what? Media in a democracy, in the largest democracy like India, media is one critical institution which informs people, which shapes their opinions. But at the same time, after independence, the media, because the purpose had, they had achieved that purpose. So now what next? So the vision and the mission kept changing. So then it started, profit maximization started. And then, when, in 1946, when Ramkishan Dalmia purchased the Times of India, after that, when it was sold to his own son-in-law, Sahu Jain. And then when it came to Jains, I mean to say when the younger generation came in, when the Sahu Jain group, after that Ashok Jain, he ran it, or his wife Indu Jain. But when it came to the younger generation, Samir Jain, Vineet Jain, in the late 80s, then what were the shifts that started happening in media? They studied from abroad, they started bringing in the Western concepts also. They started looking at the profit maximization. They had this paper called Illustrated Weekly of India, which was shut down, only because it was not making profits, right? So, what happened to the media after independence, especially after the younger generation came in? So when K.K. Birla was handling, Hindustan Times, how it was different, but when it came to Shobhana Bhartiya, how it became different. Similarly, how Ramnath Goenka handled Indian Express, and when, his grandson, his daughter's son, whom he adopted, Vivek Goenka, when he came in, how things were different. So all of these, the younger generation came in around late 80s, and this was the time which was coinciding with the post-liberalization era soon. So then all the major changes started happening in media industry, which was, majorly shifting towards profit maximization. And then media, it became a business. So when we see media as a business, we see newspapers and other things like a product. So it is not a small industry, my dear students. Let me tell you, sir was talking about the FICCI report. And according to the FICCI report, it's around 2.3 trillion industry. So the media and the entertainment industry in India is 2.3 trillion. Who says that you will not get a job? So there are lots and lots of jobs awaiting because such a big industry, having so many different verticals, whether it is print or radio or television or digital, or it is animation and VFX, you have music, you have live events. Live events per se was, the growth rate of live events last year was 129%. And this year it's around 20%. So a segment seeing so much of growth has so much of, potential. So media became a business, and it is growing so fast that it is almost 2.3 trillion. Out of which this year, advertising is alone at 1 trillion. So if you see different segments of media, whether it is print or television or radio or digital or animation, VFX, films, music, radio, OOH, out of home media, there are so many verticals of media that are there, right? Now, you look at the size of the media. We've looked at the size of the media. We've looked at the various segments of the media, right? Now see how these segments are, how these media organizations, or I would say legacy media, is growing and diversifying its products and businesses. Let's take an example. You read Times of India? Yeah? Okay, let me take the example of Times of India because it's one of the biggest groups in India. So, if you see the Times, when I just said that it started in 1838 when it was named as Bombay Journal of Commerce, then slowly it was renamed as Times of India later. But then it started diversifying how it is a business, It started diversifying its products, Times of India for the English speaking. Then you have Nav Bharat Times, then you have Maharashtra Times, you have Mumbai Mirror, you have all kinds of newspapers under the Bennett, Coleman and Company Limited joint stock company. So Bennett was one of the sole proprietors at one point of time, and then he invited Coleman from England, who was a printing wizard. So then that is why it became Bennett and Coleman Company Limited. So then how, they diversified from the print to radio and television. So they opened up Radio Mirchi. Then they opened up various TV channels, TV Now, Times Now, ET Now, Zoom TV. So those so many, 8 of them or 10 of them. And then they also diversified into other segments. So business diversification is also there. So we need to see who are the people who are owning this media, whether they are from the media background and coming to the media houses and earning profits and going to other segments, or they are non-media people who have come into the media business and, have stuck to the media business. So if you see the Times Group, they're into education also. They have Bennett University. They were into event management also. They had a company called 360 Degrees, which is now shut. They had Times Books also. Even this Dine Out was theirs, which was just sold. Ghana, they own Ghana. They are into movie productions, jungly movies. They are into OOH segment. So you name it, you name the segment and they are into it. So when we look at the media industry as a whole, then you have to see what are the different segments that these print legacies, once legacies, have now gotten into. So they are almost into all the segments. Times is now into digital segment also. They have Times Internet Limited. So what I mean to say is that when we say print media is dead, all over the world people are saying print media is dead. It is not true. It is not true because one, print media, in the FICCI report itself, during the COVID times, yes, it had fallen down. In 3 months, it had suffered a loss of 4,500 crores. From March 25th to July 25th, it had suffered a loss of 4,500 crores, but it slowly started picking up. And this year, the print has, shown an increase, a growth of 4%. 4%. So print, when we say print is dead, it is not completely dead because these print legacies are in all the segments. They are into TV, they are into radio, they are into digital news. Because today you can divide the whole industry into 4 different segments: audio, video, textual, and experiential. So when I say textual, online news is also textual. It has texts, it has words. So it comes into textual. And when I say experiential, it could be online gaming, right? So, why I say print media is not dead, because in our country, we have a system of door-to-door delivery, and there's a 4% of increase. We have some loyal readers, especially the people who are used to reading the newspapers. But the younger generation, we have newer business models for them, like the InShots. So InShots has a business model of writing news in 60 words. And this business model comes from the youngsters because they feel youngsters are not reading news. They're not reading the full news. They're just reading headlines or the lead paragraph. That is why InShots has come up with a business model of producing news in 60 words. So, new business models are coming, but we need to see that these print legacies who have developed and diversified into various segments are still growing. And I have interviewed most of the owners, whether it is Vineet Jain or Shobna Bhartiya or Vivek Goenka or Sanjay Gupta or this Pawan Agarwal or Girish Agarwal, all the owners of the media house who still say that from the print segment they earn more than the other segments. So how is the print dying? I don't understand. So they say that at least for the 10 years, print will not be dead in India. Next, if you can tell me how many of you read news digitally? Please raise your hands. I want to see some hands there. Yes, did you raise the hand? Yeah. So, do you read full news on your mobile or just the headline or the lead? If you can please be honest with it. Students out there? Yeah, you raised a hand, yeah. Do you read full news on the mobile? No. What about you? No. So the thing is that we are not reading the whole news on the digital platforms. It's just the headlines or the lead paragraphs that we are just reading to know what is the news. So when we talk about media industry, we need to see, one, the purpose of the media, which was opened up back then, pre-independence, post-independence, emergency period, post-liberalization, post-millennium, and post-digitization. We need to see what are the segments that I've just discussed: print, radio, TV, digital, music, animation, VFX, so films, so on, live events, so on and so forth. We also need to see how these print legacies have diversified into various segments and genres. Then next we want to see that if they have some kind of pressure for publishing or not publishing something, then what is alternate media for? So he talked about the 4th pillar of democracy, which is media. These days, we call social media as the 5th pillar of democracy. So why do we call it as a 5th pillar of democracy? Because whatever you can't publish in the mainstream, then you have many, digital standalone portals. Whether it is the print or the wire or, InShots or Scoop Whoop or Youth Ki Awaaz or the Quint. There are so many digital standalone portals that are trying to come up, parallelly with the mainstream media. And because of these digital portals, we say that our business models are changing, because these digital media portals do not want an advertising business model. They say that if we will go in for an advertising model, then we won't be able to write what we want to write. And that is why they want to shift to the subscription model. But very few of them are able to sustain to that subscription model, because how many of us, purchase subscriptions of these portals? Anybody who has purchased any subscription of any digital portal here? Please raise your hands. Because we are used to free information. We are getting free information. Why should I pay 500 rupees and read one article? We are not able to read some articles of the Business Standard or some other papers because they are behind paywalls. And we don't like to spend money and read that because we are used to free information. Right? So we need to see who will change these business models. It's the audience, it's we, the people, who will change the business models, if at all. Because for 184 years now, we are used to advertising models. We get a newspaper for 5 rupees, whether it is published for 50 rupees, we don't care, because that is subsidized by advertising. So advertisers pay and we get a newspaper at a subsidized rate, right? Then the next thing that we should see is that how these digital portals are growing and how many of them are sustaining themselves. Whether they are a non-profit organization or a profit organization. Some of them are non-profit, some of them are aggregators, right? So we have Google. Some of them are like non-profit, like we have PARI, P-A-R-I, People's Archive of Rural India, which is run by P. Sainath, one of the greatest, development journalists of India. But who is running these digital portals? Have you ever thought this? The print is run by Shekhar Gupta, who was into print media legacy, Indian Express, for 19 years. And have you ever thought that it's a digital venture, but the name of that digital venture is The Print? Why? Because print still has its own credibility. Because he wants to have the substance of print and the speed of digital. That is why he named it as The Print. Then, if you see the Hindu, now it was not getting sufficient ads, so they started making losses. So they adopted a business model of changing the cover price. From 4 rupees straight away, they made the cover price to 10 rupees. So initially they faced losses, but then gradually they gained because of their loyal customers or readers or audience. So we get the Hindu at 10 rupees, but still people are. So different businesses, different models are there. We have ad model, we have subscription model, we have cover price model, and we have such a diversification model where people are earning from different segments. Another thing that we should look at when we look at the media industry, I'm just talking that, in a democracy like India, what we should see in a media industry. Another thing that we should look at in the media industry is its ownership patterns, corporatization of media, and politicization of media. So when we talk about corporatization, because it's an oligopolistic market. Indian media, if you see, is an oligopolistic market, and where we have only few players in the media. Now, Reliance Industries Limited, Mukesh Ambani buying Network 18 has 18 channels. So you can well understand, how plurality of news can be compromised or heterogeneity of news can be compromised. So the plurality of news will be less if the concentration of media owners will be more. If there will be few players, so if all of you own a media house, all of you will have a voice. If only ma'am owns all the media houses, then it will have a limited voice or a restricted voice, or we can say, it will lead to hegemony or consolidation or even monopolization, right? So ownership, when we see ownership patterns, we need to see how corporatization is, happening in India. How Adani took over NDTV is a classic case of corporatization in India, where Radhika Roy and Pranoy Roy were, heading and owning NDTV. And they had taken some loan from a bank around 419 crores. And then to repay that loan, they took, they did a deal with one of the industries companies called VCPL. And they took some 319 or 419 crores from that in the company. And the agreement was that they'll pay it back in 10 years. And if they're not able to pay back, then the shares will go. And then suddenly, nearing 10 years, Adani purchases VCPL, and how the shares went to him overnight. It's all a case of, corporatization. Similarly, we have to see how politicization is happening in India. Many political parties, political owners are owning media houses or having a stake in the media houses, in different media houses. And you can take, now Jaya Lalita is no more, but she had Jaya TV, Jaya Max, Mavis Sacom. Similarly, Karuna Nidhi, you see owning so many TV channels. So politicization, because media has a power to shape public opinion. That is why, politicians, corporates, haunches, they all want to be a part of media houses, or they want to have that power where they can influence people, where they can help shape their opinion or public perception for that matter. So when we talk about democracy, when we talk about media, we have to analyze things. We have to see media industry from various lenses, from various perspectives, that how it is growing. Are we doing only pure journalism, or is it business? How these media companies are operating. If you see, they are operating in better than any other, industry. You see their organizational structures. Editors have now become managing editors, right? Now we have CEOs. So how organizational restructuring is being done in media companies is a case to study. How distribution and marketing is, picking up in the companies. I remember reading and writing for Hindustan Times how, when Kohli and Sahani were owning Hindustan Times, how did they try to change the distribution pattern for making it a morninger. So it was being published from Chandigarh, and then they wanted to send it to Shimla, which was an afternoon paper there. But they tried to make it a morninger by hiring a taxi early morning and sending it to Shimla. So since then, so many years now, but you see the management strategies were employed then also. So it's nothing new, I'm saying. I started my career as a reporter where I was reporting on agriculture, on problem of plenty, on development stories, on research stories, on rabies, on hybrid canoes, and all that. Because I had learned development journalism in my life and I wanted to work as a development journalist throughout. But when I worked in these media organizations, I felt that it's more of a business side also. Then I wanted to write on these houses because when we go and present papers internationally, I remember I went to Canada, Montreal, where I realized that from every country there are papers from, projecting their media houses. And we have no book, we have no paper. That is the time when I realized in 2015 that we should also write on Indian media. That was the time when I started working on the Indian media and writing about Indian media. And the first book that I wrote is called as Indian Media Giants, which is published by Oxford, which covers case studies of the Hindustan Times, the Times of India, Indian Express, Hindu, Dainik Bhaskar, and Jagran. It's a 1040-page book published by Oxford, covering all the historical perspectives plus the managerial perspectives. And then I thought that I should not stick to only the print legacy, so I started writing about television segment, and I decided to write a separate book on television segments, and I took my first case study as the Z Group because it was the first satellite television in India. So I wrote a book on Z, which is called as the House That Z Built, published by Rupa. And then I started working on the digital houses in India and came out with another book which is called as Digital First, Entrepreneurial Journalism in India, again published by Oxford, UK, where I published around 20-30 case studies on the digital portals. But the industry is ever evolving. So then we decided to write on digital journalism, So I've just published a book last 2 months back on Handbook of Digital Journalism, Perspectives from South Asia. It's a publication by Springer, Singapore. And all, it's an edited volume written by 50 authors. And we have covered all the dimensions that could be in the Indian media industry as far as digital journalism is concerned. And then also for the students, I thought of covering all the beats in journalism. So we came out with a book on Mastering Beats in Journalism and Emerging Technologies. So it's published by Pearson, earlier with Sage India, which covers all the beats in India. You name a beat, we have it. And all the emerging technologies, whether it is mobile journalism or it is a podcast or it is bots or blockchain technology, or artificial intelligence for that matter. So when you see a democratic country like India and vis-a-vis the media industry, please underline the parameters that can be studied about the Indian media at length. So there are so many parameters. For example, the technological, changes that have happened in media over the last 3 decades or the 4 decades. How that technological shift, is there. How media has changed technologically. Or what are the seismic shifts that have happened to the Indian media? How 4G changed the game, how 5G is changing the game. What is the future? Today we have laptops, we have palm tops. Tomorrow we have watches also now. Tomorrow it will be walls. So what are these shifts and how society or the consumers are adapting to it? Again, going back to Everett Rogers' diffusion of innovation, there are early adopters, there are laggards. So how we are adopting to that technology, to that, disruptions. That is all up to us. But we need to study media industry at length. And I think it's time for your lunch, so I'll not take much of the time. This is such an innovative and interesting topic that we can go in for many hours speaking. So I remember that somebody told me that if you have to speak for 2 hours, just don't prepare, you can speak. But if you have to speak for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, then it is more important to study what are the most important points to be discussed. So I think I've discussed touched some of the important points, and we can always continue whenever we meet next. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We discussed the media democracy, media freedom, and as well as the shifting trends of media business, and as well as the concentration of media ownership also. Now the floor is open for few question answer sessions. I would like to, that if anyone asks something.
This is for anyone who anyone can answer. See, when we were by the way, Snehashish Shud was my teacher, and when we were students, we grew up reading some magazines like Mainstream and Caravan, and these magazines slowly they are still there, but they are now like on the fringe. I think Mainstream is not there anymore.
Mr. Chakraborty is not keeping well.
Well, yeah,
I don't know
Mainstream is
whether
not-
somebody has taken it up.
No,
He's in Kolkata now.
Yeah, and
But he's not. It's not well at all.
But those magazines, when we used to read, they treated journalism like Bible. Means they used to cut it right down the middle, and we grew up as students. Means I know Snehashish Da was one of those people who say, "A magazine tapor, ye magazine paro, ye mat." These are the Hindu was one such paper which he always gave an example. So when we talk to our students, are there magazines and newspapers in India which we can uphold? मैं यशवंत सर, अगर आप बोलें, यहाँ पर बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं जो हिंदी मीडियम बैकग्राउंड से आए हैं और वो हिंदी जर्नलिज्म करना चाहते हैं, तो अगर आप बोल सकते हैं कि कोई पेपर या मैगजीन, ठीक है, which they should follow, means they have to look at something.
ये बड़ा अच्छा सवाल है। जब कभी भी हम कोई सवाल करते हैं तो एक लिमिटेड टाइम पीरियड के भीतर उसका सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है, यह देखते हुए उसका जवाब देंगे तो आपको सही जवाब मिलेगा। मैं गांव से आया हूँ और बचपन के दिनों में मेरे गांव में बैलगाड़ी, ट्रैक्टर, एम्बेसडर की कार हुआ करती थी। बस एम्बेसडर नहीं दिखती है क्योंकि एम्बेसडर ने समय के साथ चेंजेस नहीं किए। लोगों की ज़रूरत जैसी थी और बाकी जो कॉम्पिटिटिव कार्स थी उन्होंने जो बदलाव किए वो बदलाव एम्बेसडर ने नहीं किए, तो दिखता नहीं है। बैलगाड़ियों का दौर ख़त्म हो गया है। जिस तरीके से हम खाते रहे अब वो हमारी ज़िंदगी नहीं है, तो लाजमी है मेन स्ट्रीम। मैंने पूरे करियर में 2 ही मैगज़ीन पढ़ी, एक फ्रंटलाइन, एक मेन स्ट्रीम। और होता ये है कि जब आप इस तरह के मैगज़ीन पढ़ते हैं तो आपका एक मेंटल बेंटअप तैयार होता है, फिर आप कंटेंट न निकालते हैं, परसेप्शन आपका तैयार होता है। आप इसको बहुत माइन्यूटली ऑब्जर्व कीजिएगा। जब किसी पर्टिकुलर आइडियोलॉजी के साथ कोई मैगज़ीन चलती है, कोई ब्रिलियंट एडिटर होता है, तो वो आपको शेप अप करने लगता है अपने मुताबिक। वो चाहे द तुगलक हो या द हिंदू हो या मेन स्ट्रीम हो। लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ कि इंडिपेंडेंट जर्नलिस्ट के तौर पर आप कंटेंट उठाओ, ओपिनियन मत उठाओ। ओपिनियन अपना जनरेट करो, राइट डेटा राइट इन्फॉर्मेशन और इन्फॉर्मेशन को लेकर के एक रेशनल अप्रोच आप रखो। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि जब तक आपके पास खूब नहीं पढ़ोगे, जैसे मैं क्या बंगाल में हैं, क्या आपने सुभाष मुखोपाध्याय को पढ़ा क्या सुनील गंगोपाध्याय को पढ़ा क्या, महाश्वेता देवी को पढ़ा क्या? हिंदी का आदमी 2-4 लोगों का नाम लेता है कि प्रेमचंद को पढ़ा क्या, आपने विनोद शुक्ल को पढ़ा क्या, आपने राग दरबारी पढ़ा क्या? लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है। आज की तारीख में बेइंतहा लोग अच्छा लिख रहे हैं, और जो लिख रहे हैं वो कोई आसमान की ज़िंदगी नहीं है, वो हमारी आपकी ज़िंदगी है जो बदल रहा है। तो उस बदलाव को आप महसूस करते हैं। हिस्ट्री का टेक्स्ट क्यों चाहिए? क्योंकि यही वेस्ट बंगाल है। एक छोटा सा ज़िला है नादिया, एक छोटी सी जगह, खेत है, खुला खेत है जिसको प्लासी कहते हैं आप। जब लॉर्ड क्लाइव प्लासी की लड़ाई लड़ रहा था तो उसको ये नहीं मालूम था कि वो हिंदुस्तान पर 200 साल का शासन लाद रहा है। उसको सिर्फ एक लड़ाई जीतनी थी, उस समय वो लड़ाई जीतनी थी बस। तो सिराजुद्दौला को हराने के लिए उसने मीर जाफ़र को तोड़ा और एक नया हथियार ईजाद किया जिसका नाम बंदूक था। एक छोटी लड़ाई ने हिंदुस्तान के ऊपर 200 साल का शासन लादा। दुनिया में जितनी बड़ी बड़ी हुकूमतें रही हैं छोटी छोटी लड़ाइयों से चलती हैं। इसलिए जब कभी भी आपके हिस्से में कोई भी काम आता है, काम छोटा या बड़ा नहीं होता है, जिम्मेदारी छोटी या बड़ी नहीं होती है। आप कितने कायदे से, कितनी ईमानदारी से निभाते हैं वो आपके करियर को आगे तय करता है कि आप आगे कितना बढ़ पाएंगे। इसलिए आप कंटेंट उठाओ, आप फैक्ट्स लो, क्रॉस चेक करो। चूँकि ये जो सोशल मीडिया का ज़माना है इसमें इतना वायरलिटी जितनी है उतना ही फेक न्यूज़ है। हालांकि अगले 2-4-5 महीनों के बीच में एक ऐप आएगा, आप जैसे एआई का होगा, आप डालोगे, पता चलेगा कि फेक है कि नहीं है और कहाँ का है ये। तो एआई ने आपकी ज़िंदगी बहुत आसान कर दी है, लेकिन आपके सर्वाइवल के सामने चैलेंजेस भी उतने ही पैदा किए हैं। इसलिए मैं कभी बैकग्राउंड की बात नहीं करता हूँ, मैं आज की बात करता हूँ। आज की तारीख में जो चैलेंजेस आपके साथ हैं, आपको जैसा बनना चाहिए वैसा क्या करें आपकी हो जाएं, और जो ऑप्शंस आपके पास हैं वो क्या क्या हैं। जर्नलिस्ट कभी मरता नहीं है, जर्नलिज्म के औजार बदल जाएंगे। एआई जो है वो मेरा औजार है, वो मैं नहीं हूँ। मेरा एआई वर्जन मेरी तरह का नहीं हो सकता। मेरी आवाज़ हो सकती है, मेरी शक्ल सूरत हो सकती है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से मैं आपसे बात करता हूँ, जिस तरीके से मैं समाज को देखता हूँ, दुनिया को देखता हूँ, जो मेरे अपने रेफरेंसेस है जिनके आधार पर मैं अभी के फैक्ट्स को क्रॉस चेक करता हूँ या मैं कोरिलेट करके आपके सामने अपनी बात रखता हूँ, वो नहीं कर सकता है। तो जब कभी भी आप मुझे पसंद करेंगे तो मेरे कारणों से करेंगे। और जर्नलिस्ट को अपने आप को आज की तारीख में बहुत, मैं ये कहता हूँ कि अभी सबसे अच्छा दौर है जर्नलिस्ट के लिए, क्योंकि वो ट्रेडिशनल जर्नलिज्म था ना कि झोला लटका के एक ही डर्रे पर काम कर रहे हैं, एक ही तरह काम कर रहे हैं, एक मोनोटोनस लाइफ है। और करेंगे बहुत बड़े पत्रकार हैं, उन्होंने बहुत किया है, लेकिन उतने चैलेंजेस नहीं थे उनके सामने। आज पॉलिटिकल चैलेंजेस हैं, सोशल चैलेंजेस हैं, रिलीजियस चैलेंजेस हैं, जो सोसाइटी में क्रिमिनल एलिमेंट्स हैं उनके चैलेंजेस हैं, बहुत सारे बेहिसाब हैं। कुछ ऐसे हैं जो अननोटिस्ड हैं, कवर्ड हैं, अचानक आपको दिखते हैं, लेकिन वो आपके सामने हैं। फिर भी इसमें एक पत्रकार को खड़ा होना होता है। पत्रकार के लिए जो सबसे ज़रूरी दौर है वो ये है, और पत्रकार को पत्रकार साबित करने की खातिर जो सबसे सही दौर है वो ये है। तो जब भी चैलेंजेस बहुत ज़्यादा हों तो समझो कि आपके लिए सही वक्त आ रहा है। जब कभी, एक छोटा सा वाक़या है कि जब कभी आप टूटने लगो, हारने लगो, लगे कि अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता है, मेरे सामने अब सिर्फ यही कि हथियार डाल दो, कुछ और करो, तो ये मान कर चलो कि जो आपकी कामयाबी है वो आपके पास आके खड़ी है। थोड़े और मेहनत और थोड़े और पेशेंस की ज़रूरत है। एक छोटा उदाहरण देता हूँ। मैं ज़िंदगी में सिर्फ ज़िंदगी से ही चलता हूँ, रेफरेंसेस मेरे उससे होते हैं। अमिताभ बच्चन साहब ने बोरिया बिस्तर बांध लिया था कि मेरी 11-12 फिल्में फ्लॉप हो गई हैं, क्या करना है, इलाहाबाद चलते हैं और अब जो होगा पान दुकान खोलेंगे, चाय ढाबा खोलेंगे, जो होगा वही करेंगे, इलाहाबाद ही करेंगे। एक ऑफ़र आता है, प्रकाश मेहरा जंजीर बना रहे होते हैं, और वो भी क्यों आता है, क्योंकि धर्मेंद्र को ऑफ़र गया, उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं करनी, समय नहीं है। राजकुमार को गया, उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं करनी है। तो मुंबई टू गोवा फिल्म थी, काम की थी, थोड़ी चल गई थी, अमिताभ बच्चन ने ठीक काम किया था, और अमिताभ बच्चन को मुंबई में रहने में और वहाँ कुछ हद तक काम दिलाने में जूनियर महमूद का रोल था। जूनियर महमूद ने जाकर के प्रकाश में रखा कि मेरे दोस्त हैं, बॉम्बे टू गोवा में काम किया, आप देखिए, अगर आपकी फिल्म में थोड़ा बहुत लायक बन जाए तो देख लो आप। प्रकाश मेरा देखा तो बॉम्बे टू गोवा देखने में कहा कि ठीक है, इसको बुलाओ। उन्होंने अमिताभ बच्चन को ऑफर दिया जंजीर का। मुमताज़ हीरोइन तय हो गई थी। मुमताज़ ने कहा कि ये फ्लॉप आदमी जिसकी 11-12 फिल्में फ्लॉप हो गई, इसके साथ मैं काम नहीं करूंगी। उन्होंने फिल्म छोड़ दी। फिर जया भादुरी को दिया गया। एक जंजीर ने अमिताभ बच्चन को अमिताभ बच्चन बना दिया। उसके एक रात पहले, ऑफर आने की एक रात पहले, वो आदमी बोरिया बिस्तर बांध रहा था। इसलिए यहाँ इधर और इधर में सिर्फ इतने ही का फ़र्क है, पुश और अपने लिए रास्ता बनाओ। तो करेज कभी हारना नहीं है, अपने पर भरोसा रखो। दुनिया जहान कुछ भी कहे, मैं कॉम्पिटेंट हूँ, मुझे समझ है, मैं इस देश को, इसके समाज को, इतिहास को, इंसान को समझता हूँ, यहाँ की मुश्किलों को समझता हूँ। जो पॉलिसीज़ हैं वो जिस तरीके से वहाँ तक पहुँचती हैं, उनके बीच में कितनी पेंच हैं, ये सब जानता हूँ। और फिर उसके बाद जब आप बात करोगे तो आप कन्विंसिंग साउंड करोगे, ईमानदार लगोगे। और तमाम तरह के दबाव के बावजूद, आप सब लोग कह रहे हैं कि न्यूज़ बिज़नेस में हैं, हम न्यूज़ बिज़नेस में हैं, हम एडिटर इन चीफ या मैनेजिंग एडिटर हैं, लेकिन हमारे साथ 1000 लोगों की ज़िंदगी चलाने की जिम्मेदारी है। यह आसान काम नहीं होता है। हम चैरिटी के लिए नहीं हैं, लेकिन अपने पूरे स्ट्रक्चर को, जो मेरा नेटवर्क है, उसको चलाते हुए अपने जर्नलिस्टिक ऑनेस्टी को बना करके रखना, ये चैलेंज है और बहुत बड़ा है। लेकिन अगर ये नहीं कर पाए तो फिर काहे को आप हैं? दुनिया में हर चीज़ आसान हो जाए, ज़िंदगी आसान हो जाए तो प्रॉब्लम्स ना रहें, तो फिर ये मज़ा नहीं आता है। तो लाइफ चैलेंज का नाम है। वो फैज़ ने कहा कि मैदान वफा दरबार नहीं, यहाँ नामन सब की पूछ कहाँ, आशिक तो किसी का नाम नहीं, कुछ इश्क किसी की ज़ात नहीं। ये बाजी चाहे जो हो, ज़िंदगी की है, प्रोफेशन की है, आपकी पहचान की है। ये बाजी इश्क की बाजी है, जो चाहे लगा दो यार करो। गर जीत गए तो क्या कहना, हारे भी तो बाजी मात नहीं, क्योंकि आपने पूरी कोशिश की है। इसलिए अपने पे भरोसा रखिए। और ये जो मैगज़ीन में भरोसा नहीं करता हूँ, क्योंकि इतना फैब्रिकेशन है। फैक्ट्स पे लो, डेटा पे आओ, कंटेंट पे आओ, और अपनी रेशनैलिटी पे आप काम करो। आप बेहतर जर्नलिस्ट रहोगे और नागरिक भी बेहतर रहोगे।
Thank you, sir. You have spread a very positive vibes, and you actually gave us the main lesson that positivity and as well as the challenges must be the driving force of our life. Okay, so right now we are closing this plenary session, and after we will take a small lunch break, and after that we will come up with our paper presentation session, and this session will be chaired by Honorable Dr. Sneha Shishur. Thank you so much.
Acha, the presenters for the next session, I would request two of our volunteers, the presenters for the next session, if you could kindly stand, then we can identify you all. Audrija, please take them to the lunch section so that they can have their lunch, and please come back within 30 minutes so that we can start our session. So go and have your lunch now, and we can come back in 30 minutes for the post-lunch paper presentation. Audrija will take you to the placement cell for the lunch. And thank you, sir, madam, for the very insightful morning session. Please have your lunch. ঝুমুর ওদের নিয়ে তুমি চলে যাও।
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful break. Now we are moving into our post-lunch session where we'll have a series of insightful paper presentations on various topics ranging from media's role during the pandemic to the importance of peace journalism. The session chair will be held by Dr. Snehashi Shur, who is a veteran journalist and media educator. He is the former Director General of Doordarshan, and he is the President of Press Club, Kolkata. Let's dive right into it. First, I invite Mr. Kaushik Kumar Ghosh and Ms. Shamprikta Bagchi from Techno India Main Salt Lake, who will present their paper on censorship and media, a reality check. Sir, please come on the stage. Sir, ma'am, you have 10 minutes to present alongside 2 minutes bonus to wrap up, which will be followed by a question answer session. The stage is all yours, ma'am.
Before you begin, can I just say a couple of words, please?
Sure.
Welcome back from my side after the lunch break. May I request all the backbenchers to come in front, please? Please come forward. Please don't mind my saying. Come forward. Forward means from second and third rows also. First rows, okay, we can keep it vacant for somebody. Please come forward.
Sir, I just have a small announcement.
Please.
Every presenter who will be coming on stage, please bring your pen drives with you. Thank you.
Come forward. There are rows still lying vacant. Would you kindly come forward, please? Would you come forward, please? There's one more row vacant. Come. Yes. Welcome to Mr. Kaushik Kumar Ghosh and Shamprikta Bagchi of Techno India Mains Campus, Salt Lake. Before they begin, I once again welcome you all to this particular session. The paper presentation sessions are, which I consider to be a purely academic session. The paper presenters have put in lot of efforts in selection of a topic, preparing the presentation, writing it, and preparing the PPT. So we will give them the liberty to, as the time limit has been shown, I think it's fair enough, but we will not very much stick to 10. I mean, 10 can be 11. Questions are not must, but if you would like to critique or it's not an interjection in the debate. If you want something for them to enlighten us, please feel free. There must be a discussion mode for at least for 2-3 minutes after the presentation. We'll try to keep that academic acumen and academic temper in the entire process. So the title of the process, the title of the paper is Censorship and Media, a Reality Check. Welcome to both of you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Hello.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So, my senior journalists, all who have come here, students, guests, and others who are
I'm
present.
sorry to interrupt. The language will not be any bar. The paper might have been written in English, PowerPoints are in English. Hindi and Bangla will also be welcome in presentation or in conversation. Sorry, I just forgot to make this announcement.
Thank you. So we have concentrated on our particular topic, the perils of censorship, a threat to freedom to press, the future of the free press in the age of misinformation. The question is why we have taken censorship, this particular subject, especially during the time censorship, in short, is gagging democratic right of people in any form. The basic right to information is denied by the powerful group or a section of people, molding people to tow with the trends that they adopt. We have witnessed this long way back when the French Revolution brought the brunt of the heinous crime perpetrated by the powerful group related to the French monarch. The legacy of protest, which started since the time of the fall of Bastille, continued. In short, anything censored by the ruling power boomeranged the ruled, and truly the lowest rung of the society, including a section of the decent elite, steered the movement everywhere. So from this point of view, we have selected this particular topic. Now, these are the, hello?
My request to Mr. Shovik should kindly collect all the presentations and load it in the laptop once when there is a free time, so that it will save some time. ল্যাপটপ ওখানে থাকলে তো চেঞ্জার লাগবে না, ওর তো এটা কি টিপলেই তো হবে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ।
In introductory chapter, we have mentioned three main points. What is censorship? The control of information by authorities, suppressing content considered harmful or objectionable. The second is types of censorship: government censorship, corporate censorship, and self-censorship. The third is overview of media. Differentiate between traditional, print, broadcast, and digital media, rather social media and blogs. These are the three major things which are important in this connection, where censorship is there. In the question session time, we will entertain definitely questions, if there is any questions at all on this particular periphery. Now, about the historical context, example from Roman Empire and Chinese dynastic show early forms of information control. 20th century censorship, wartime censorship, and media suppression in totalitarian regime like Nazi Germany. The history shows a lot of example of black censorship in Germany, when Nazis went on rampage killing people, and over a long time the discontent shimmering among the mass was not allowed to express. Even Nazism had its worst fallout when the crusade to genocide was protested all over the world and the censorship broken. India too witnessed the freedom movement when their basic rights were denied by the British Raj. In short, most of the civil wars across the world showed the seeds of censorship before it bursts out. Next topic, literature review. Right, no, not topic, survey rather, sorry. Bradshaw and Harvard, the global disinformation order, they stressed on global disinformation order. They said state-sponsored disinformation are the main key points. During the authoritarian regimes, use censorship to control certain kind of narratives, especially in digital spaces, posing a threat to democratic journal and journalism as well, obviously. The concept of media imperialism. The concept of media imperialism, I repeat the word imperialism, led to the information divide across the globe. We have witnessed erstwhile communist countries on decline due to this kind of censorship. The fall of Russia and other communist countries in whole of Europe collapsed subsequently as a result of certain kind of oppression. Even the veto power of UNO gave the supreme authority to those countries unchallenged by others, to some countries rather. Even policies are there to use knowledge according to certain narrative so that information cannot be disseminated properly. World Press Freedom Index focus, global ranking of press freedom, key point. Censorship and authoritarian measures are eroding press freedom worldwide, particularly with digital surveillance. These are the two factors that the superpowers, as discussed earlier, controls media. The corporate culture, the state's own habits to curb certain amount of information on the plea of safety and security undermine the freedom of the press over a long time. Misinformation and political focus are also important in this part. With digital surveillance, censorship has been absolute. Research capacity. No comment. How does research gap? How does AI-driven censorship impact journalistic independence and the spread of misinformation? Secondly, what role can blockchain play in preserving press freedom in authoritarian regime? And thirdly, how effective are current regulations in balancing free speech and the fight against misinformation? Next, objectives. Examining the impact of censorship on the future of press freedom in the digital age. Analyze how governments and corporations control information flow. Highlight the consequence for journalistic and public discourse. These are the two major subheads. Second point is this. The second objective is this: explore situation like AI and blockchain to safeguard journalism from misinformation and authoritarian control. Investigate the potential of AI in detecting and countering misinformation, and secondly, assess how blockchain can enhance transparency and protect press autonomy. Research methodology. First, the first point is rather content analysis. I'm not reading it out from this particular point because these are being shown on screen.
That's the right thing to do, yes. Just speak about the three headlines: the content analysis, longitudinal study, and comparative case study.
The research methodology, content analysis, the media reports as published. The media reports as published shows the pattern of different types of censorship. The censorship in Russia was quite different from the censorship in India and even USA. The class conscious story was relevant even a few years back, patronized by the state, as it was a patronized by USA, whereas it was a capitalistic approach patronized by the by Russia, whereas it was a capitalistic approach with more power concentration being hyped in the USA news over a long time. Disney and other news channels controlled by the power brokers or power blocks in America got patronage to stimulate their own ideas across the world, and the rest is overlooked or not given proper hypes as required. The change in perception of news and information, its analysis, and the legislative changes made according to the demand of people reflect the social changes steered by the news presentation and analysis. The media trial, the very conception speaks about the trends people are accepting, and these parts, others are not taken care of properly. Automatically, information is censored at the instigation of powerful groups. Next. Observation. Analysis. In analysis, systematic constraint on press freedom, corporate influence, decentralized media platforms, AI and misinformation detection.
Hello. Sir, sorry to interrupt. Your time is over. You're given extra 2 minutes to end your presentation.
Only the observation is one point is there. This point is there, and last the conclusion.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Observation is there. Observation is increased censorship in crisis situation. Secondly, public demand for transparency. The urgency of lastly the conclusion, the urgency of protecting press freedom, and lastly harnessing technology for a free press. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, initially, it is the structure of your higher studies which will lead to your, I don't know what for you are doing, but the content, it is mostly on the methods. So, but the content-wise, what exactly you have found out or something is yet to come when you go farther. I mean, as a paper, there must be substantial content in the paper which is being presented, but yours has dealt with the very well-built structure of how the study is going to be undertaken. Very good. Any question, please? Please feel free to ask questions because we want that interaction. I know media laws may not be specialization or areas of interest because media is a vast subject. Some of us may be interested in media laws, some of us may not be interested in media laws. As I have already said that it's basically on the methods and structure of the study, but what actually is the findings of the literature survey or what, in the context, there are certain media laws starting from Adam's gag in India. You have Bihar Press Bill and all other laws are there, and especially the contempt and defamation laws, etc., privileges of parliaments, whether you have studied already, because these are laid down laws. Since you have given more stress on the structure and style, may I ask you that why you have gone through all the stages, but why didn't you pose something as research question?
No, actually, when I wrote the article, both of us wrote the article and especially submitted over there, we actually highlighted, and here also we have highlighted in conclusion, as we are in a hurry, that's why we couldn't finish it, I couldn't speak it out. The thing is this, about the fundamental rights. So censorship is there, definitely censorship there, and censorship is being handled badly to curb information, and there is definitely media imperialism, as we are seeing in USA especially, because the power blocks, they are absolutely
so what do you want to put it as a research question?
How much we should express censorship? How much? If it is in the context of fundamental rights, right to speech,
I
should
appreciate your debate that what would be the Lakshman Rekha that media or individuals, these days you have to talk about individual content provider also. So how much freedom will people enjoy?
And how much they won't.
How much there must be a regulatory method, and what would be the ideal and optimum regulatory mechanism? This is debated throughout the globe these days, because once this digital media has come and everybody is now democratically powered to put forth his or her own content, this question has come, and the fake news. To control the fake news, what would be the mechanism, and how much the government will or some independent agency will be given the responsibility to decide what is harmful content, what is fake. This is debated all over the globe, not only, especially in Asia Pacific and all others, some governments have already come up with their policies that how far one can go and not. Thank you very much for this. Any other question? If I have no other question, I'm taking a vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next paper is by Jennifer Sahin Hussain of Brainware University. You have given your PowerPoint already? Very good. And the topic is Traversing Roles of Climate Crisis, a visual social semantic study on climate change advocacy on Instagram. The title seems to be very interesting. You see, the climate change and climate change action, and especially on the run-up to the COP29, Conference of Parties, the International Conference of Environment and Climate Change, to be held in Baku, Azerbaijan in November. So this is something that deals with climate change, but especially with the perspective or pertinent to only in Instagram. So I'm interested that you have chosen only one particular medium, and how far it can be used, or the role played by Instagram in disseminating or creating awareness on climate change and environment. Please go on, Jennifer.
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Dr. Sneha Shur, fellow presenters, faculty, students and staff of Sister Nivedita University, and of course the august, very patient audience, students who are trying to understand academic sessions altogether. I'm Jennifer Shaheen Hussain, and I am from the state of Assam. In fact, this paper is also based on a very pressing issue in Assam. And I work in Brainware University, Kolkata, and I teach media science and journalism. I'm here to present a section of my MPhil dissertation on visual social semiotics. That's where I actually work on. I do not work on climate crisis, but I work on the methodology of visual social semiotics. And this entire presentation is on Instagram post, which is used as a form of digital advocacy on the ever-burning issue of climate crisis. So this quote, I'll just read it out quickly. Semiotics is in principle the discipline studying everything which can be used in order to lie. If something cannot be used to tell a lie, conversely, it cannot be used to tell the truth. It cannot, in fact, be used to tell at all. I do not know if you could understand this, but I grew interest in studying semiotics for this very quote. And by the end of the presentation, I'll try to connect this quote with the findings of my paper. Okay. If I have to introduce the four major points of this paper, semiotics, beginning with semiotics and visual social semiotics. Semiotics has always been about associated with making of meanings. It deals with the study of how representation of language, text, images, or objects create meanings, or the ways in which any individual understand meanings. On the other hand, different signs may have different potential meanings connected to them through elements such as societal conventions, and the meaning is determined by a very particular context, and that is social semiotics. Roland Barthes was the first person to apply ideas of semiotics from language to visual images. And for example, advertisements, photography, films, all right? And visual social semiotics is the analysis and interpretation of connections between the audience of an image and the content within an image. Visual semiotics, social semiotics is basically the framework that analyzes how visual elements in media, design, and everyday life communicate meaning within a social context. When we talk about digital advocacy and Instagram, advocacy is a very distinct form of civic engagement. It often precedes or complements direct action. Effective advocacy empowers people to make institutions more responsive to what their needs are, human needs, and they influence public policy decision making and resource allocation altogether. Social media can enhance that existing advocacy strategies by facilitating communication about public issues, building relationships with supporters, encouraging greater involvement. And when we talk about Instagram, it's a social networking, microblogging site which has over 1 billion monthly active users, okay? And unlike other microblogs, Instagram is primarily image focused. It enables users to share photographs, reels, video, short videos with the network and the public in general, right? And it's mobile first design, so it's on your fingertips all the time, right? And the use of hashtag makes it even more easier to connect communities. Climate change communication, or rather we use the word crisis today. The Guardian gave the word from climate change to climate crisis, knowing the kind of situation we are into today globally. It is driven by human activities that poses significant threats to Earth and its inhabitants, right? The UN, United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change, describes climate change as a very complex problem. It's in fact an issue with environmental, economic, and social consequences. The term, effective climate change communication therefore combines visual and textual media, and today social media has very much is playing a very imperative role in raising awareness and promoting activism. Whether it is really real-time activism or is it slacktivism, clicktivism, that is debatable, and that will always remain debatable. So social media facilitates engagement, and it somewhere or the other facilitates dialogue in this climate crisis. And the last word which you see may not be familiar to you or may be familiar to you, it is Save Dihing Patkai, which is the issue that I'll be talking about. So Dihing Patkai is the rainforest in Assam, and it is known as Amazon of the East. It stretches over 500 kilometers across 3 districts in Assam and 2 districts in Arunachal Pradesh, okay? It is the largest stretch of lowland rainforest in India, and it is home to numerous species, over 50 mammals, 47...
Ma'am, would you kindly identify the area? The area of home rainforest.
Yeah.
3 districts.
The
and
3
two
districts,
of,
yes. It is Tinsukia district, Dibrugarh district.
Oh, on this side.
It is Soraido, it's in Upper Assam. Borders of Arunachal Pradesh in Changlang and Tirap.
Tanglang, Chirap on Arunachal side,
yes.
and Tinsukia and
Tinsukia, Soraido, which was earlier a part of Sivsagar, and Dibrugarh.
Okay.
And
for
this,
us, it is easier to
Yes.
Sivsagar, Dibrugarh, and
yes, Soraido, which is basically, it used to be earlier part of Sivsagar district. It has become a standalone district now.
So it's Upper Assam.
Upper Assam, yes. And along the borders of Arunachal also.
This side of Brahmaputra and that side of Brahmaputra.
Yes, absolutely. And this issue happened just when the Bagjan blowout happened as well in the year 2020. So the entire timeline is during the month of May, June of 2020 when Bagjan happened in Tinsukia, and this side, Dihing Patkai was going on. Now, what is Save Dihing Patkai?
What is Bagjan, ma'am? Because
sorry,
we may not be familiar with
yes. I am so sorry. So there was a major oil spill of Oil India in Bagjan. It was one of the greatest disasters, perhaps after Bhopal gas tragedy. People are still suffering because of it, and more than I think nearly more than 100 families have been, I'm not even giving you the right figure, I guess, over 100 families have been displaced completely. They're still being, they're not being able to really rehabilitate, and the fauna and flora of that entire area has been destroyed altogether. So during Bagjan, when the Bagjan issue was going on, even Dihing Patkai, Dihing Patkai at the same time became a pressing issue in the state side by side, okay? And
what is the meaning of Dihing Patkai? Is a place or?
Yeah. Dihing is basically, if I'm not wrong, it is a translation of Brahmaputra. Patkai is the Patkai range of hills. The word Dihing, I think, has something to do with river bodies. So the Save Dihing Patkai movement gained prominence in 2020 when the National Board for Wildlife of India approved coal mining in a part of the rainforest. And that led to widespread protests by environmentalists, local communities, and more than that, college kids studying across Assam and Arunachal Pradesh over social media when the first phase of lockdown was underway. And just go to the next slide. Climate change then becomes very difficult, you know. When I talk about photographs and Instagram, it is very difficult to visually depict, particularly with photography, because, you know, climate crisis change happens over a span of decades. It does not happen overnight. Photographs focuses on very particular scenes at particular moments. And yet there is evidence of our frequent attempts to represent climate change with photographs. So when I talk about the objective of the study, see, it's an extract of my dissertation, right? So this paper particularly, what I wanted to know was climate crisis messages. How do these digital advocacy messengers, how do they construct their messages through photographs or through illustrations, whatever posts they put out, and, you know, how do they reach out to the various audience or stakeholders altogether? There is one single
Ma'am,
objective.
how long is left?
There is a little bit. I'm sorry, I need to rush.
Yes.
Sorry. So, the research question is, what are the different themes in the messages conveyed, and what are the contributions, limitations of climate crisis visuals as a means of communication to the target audience as well. When we talk about the data analysis, these were the 5 photographs that I had taken. Quickly going through the methodology, I had used Hall's representation theory. There's a stratified sampling technique that helped me gather 5 photographs. And of course, you know, I use visual semiotic analysis to talk about it. I think it will be very difficult with the time constraint that is to really analyze and show you how to do the analysis here. But these were the 5 photographs that was a part of my study. Okay. Now, if you see these 5 photographs, very clearly, if I go to the findings, if I jump to the findings without explaining, should I explain, sir, or will I be running out of time? Otherwise, I'll go to the findings.
You go ahead. It's very interesting. You see, initially we said that this paper, preparation of papers have required a lot of efforts, lot of studies. I personally do not believe that, the 5 minutes, 10 minutes we should. If a paper requires a little more time, we should be patient. And there is no venue constraint, that there is no program at this venue after this paper. So I have no issues. But be justified.
Yes,
Instagram
absolutely.
has a limit.
Yes.
So your presentation should also have a limit.
Absolutely. I completely, thank you so much. When we talk about the data analysis, see, when you do visual semiotic analysis, you know, there are 3 ways of looking into it. You look into the representational meanings, okay? You look into the interactive meanings of a photograph, and you look into the compositional meanings, the technical aspects, the interaction the photo is doing with the audience, and what does the photograph in general represent. You see, if I jump to the findings only, of all these 5 pictures, if you see, you'll see these are not really photographs. These are illustrations. Somebody has painted, somebody has face painted, and there's a photograph taken. Somebody has hand doodled. There is a meme kind of a setup layout of one of the photographs, right? And everywhere there is Save Dihing Patkai, and this is what they are going on talking about. Now, if we come to the major findings of this paper, one, that Instagram images which are posted on climate crisis is basically the whole intention is to generate action amongst users and viewers, and they draw attention of policymakers, government and media. And this particular movement, Fridays for Future, started by Greta Thunberg, Fridays for Future Guwahati chapter, bunch of college university kids sitting at home, locked inside their houses, they generated this entire campaign through Instagram, through Twitter, through Facebook. I chose Instagram because I wanted to look only into the visual aspect of it. Now, they wanted to trigger action amongst the users or viewers. The photographs posted on the platforms of these social movements, they were only instructional guides, they were infographics, they were not really photographs. And you also have to note that it was locked down. Nobody could really go to Dihing Patkai and take photographs at that point of time. Not kids who were sitting in urban or rural spaces locked inside their house at that point of time. And the samples that were selected were not actually taken by any of the social media, the admin who was running the page. These were from users from different parts of Arunachal and Assam who had sent these photographs, and they had just posted it out. And basically they wanted to mobilize virtual communities. Now, what is the result? Because you know what happens, the problem of slacktivism comes in at the end. You sit, you like something, you support a cause, you put it out. What happens to in the future? The only thing that happened in the future is, in December 2020, Dihing Patkai was given a status of national park. Somewhere they thought that, you know, this coal mining, illegal coal mining activities will be stopped. Unfortunately, it has not stopped. And the recent news as of 2024 March, this is what we know, that Guwahati High Court has said that, you know, they will be taking action, steps, measures to see that these illegal mining activities, coal mining activities do not continue. And very unfortunately, Fridays for Future, these bunch of kids, now from lockdown, they have grown up and they are nowhere to be seen to be even talking about it. That is the saddest part. There's no more, because you know 2020 there was EIA also, that environmental impact assessment, and they were
findings.
Yeah.
You'll have to go, or these are your
These
findings?
are the findings.
Okay.
So these, you know, and they were fighting for it, and all of a sudden they have just disappeared. They are nowhere. One of the members has started his own organization. The rest of the members are nowhere there. So illegal coal minings are still taking place. Communities, indigenous tribal communities are still being affected. They are the ones who are fighting on ground, and nothing much is happening. So this is what the paper is all about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you can, I should not say ask question, but you can intervene, you can request for some more explanation. Please feel free. Try to be a part of it. Part of the, I would request all of you to be a part of the vision presented. Anybody? Please, anybody wants to? Okay, ma'am, I would like to appreciate you, because you have taken up a very particular issue of a particular area. You see, the climate change awareness is a huge thing, and is the most important thing in today's world. Within the issue, you have picked up a very pertinent issue which is visible. This is one area I must appreciate, and at the same time, you have taken up a very particular medium, which is Instagram. And because you have taken medium as Instagram, you deal with a virtual community.
Yeah.
So, and this is during COVID time when people could not go out, but still they could generate this kind of a campaign. I would just like to ask you one question. Are you aware that IIT Kanpur just transition, there is a department, there is a body in IIT Kanpur, they are dealing with just transition. Are you aware of what is just transition? No, it deals with the, you know, the changing of fossil fuel use, and that means the coal mining to solar or some other renewable energy. So I would request you to go through their Just Transition website of IIT Kanpur. If you have some information, it would be very good. Uh, is that any link with or similarity with Majuli problem?
Absolutely, sir. I mean, if you see about Majuli, it used to be the largest
No,
river.
you have to,
Sorry,
in 30
sorry.
seconds, brief Majuli.
Majuli is the world's largest river island. It has shrunk, and there are scientists
Assam. I mean,
in
it
Assam.
is situated in Assam.
Yeah, and
Lower Assam.
in Upper Assam only.
Upper Assam.
Yeah. So, and you know, very soon it is said that in the coming 20 to 30 years, Majuli will not even be there on the map. It is because of the soil erosion that has been happening. And, you know, the matita, it's basically the erosion of the soil that is happening. There is hardly any space left. The same thing, you know, if we keep cutting down, you will not believe in the month of September, Assam is cold. It is not cold anymore. It has one of the hottest temperature that it has ever had in its span of so many years, decades. So they're cutting down trees. There's deforestation, they're cutting down hills, and slowly and slowly, in the name of infrastructure and so-called economic growth and development, we are just killing everything. The hotspot of biodiversity, whatever is there, is just going away. And Majuli, sadly, is going to become also, it's just going to fade away from the map.
Okay,
eventually.
thank you very much. I think we should not be giving more stress to
Yes,
you.
yes,
Two personal questions.
Yes.
Are you from Assam University, Tejpur?
No. Sir, I had done my MPhil from Guwahati University, but I was primarily raised in Kolkata. So I am from Assam, but I've been living across the country through and
Okay.
throughout.
Very good. And you belong to Upper Assam or Lower Assam?
Both. My mother is from Guwahati. She's from
Lower
from
Assam?
the plains. My father is from Jorhat. So he's from Upper Assam.
Okay.
Thank you.
And another personal question I could have asked that which Assam is better? To me, Upper Assam is much better than the lower. It's very personal question. Thank you very much for wonderful study. In this connection, I would like to share one point of information. You all must have heard about Reuters School of Journalism. It's in Oxford University. Reuters School of Journalism has opened a Reuters Climate Journalism Network, and they are taking entries. So those of you who are interested in climate journalism, you can just apply there. They will let you know whether you are selected or not. Reuters School of Journalism, you can go to their website or and then find out that their entry is open now. Reuters Climate Journalism Network. Thank you very much. The next paper presentation is just a second. Shomota Chakraborty, Tanushree Galui, and Dr. Kanailal Bhattacharya College, Ramshodoy College. Okay. Let me read out the title of the paper. Comparative analysis of Shadharanikaran model of Schramm's model of communication. Shadharanikaran model of Schramm's model of communication, a focus on the field experience in communication. Shomota Chakraborty and Tanushree Galui, Dr. Kanailal Bhattacharya College and Ramshodoy College. Ma'am. I would request all others who have not submitted your PowerPoints, please give it to them so that they can just put it in. So once for all, is this a PowerPoint? The PowerPoint has to go there. Okay, you can do this afterwards. Yes, ma'am. Or you. Please. You have an announcement? And you feel free.
Good afternoon, sir. Respected Dr. Snehashi Shur, sir, and to everyone present here. I am Shamata Chakraborty from Dr. Kanailal Bhattacharya College, Howrah, and my co-writer Tanushree Goloi from Ramshoday College, Howrah, will present our paper titled Comparative Analysis of Sadharanikaran Model and Scrum Model of Communication, a focus on field of experience in communication. Before starting, I would like to thanks to the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication of Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata, for giving us this platform. Next. Today, 26th September 2024, is the 204th birth anniversary of Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, one of the greatest social reformer of Bengal. Remembering him, we will proceed to our today's presentation. Next. Communication is the fundamental part of society, human society, whether it can be in different forms or levels. So, we choose Sadharanikaran model from Asian perspective and Scrum model from Western perspective to understand the intricate process of human interaction and to reality check that how much these two models are relevant in today's globalized complex society. Next. Our objectives. 1. Compare the primary principle of both models to understand their theoretical foundation, and 2. To investigate the field of experience of communication parties, how much influence the communication process and important to become Sahridaya. Next. Firstly, we look at the Sadharanikaran model, which is rooted in Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra. The term Sadharanikaran derived from word Sadharan, means generalized or commonness. This model elaborated by Dr. Nirmal Muni Adhikari in 2003. The core concept of this model is the Sahridayata, a state of common orientation. It states that successful Sadharanikaran or the process of commonness leads to the universalization of communication. When Preshaka means the sender and Prapaka means the receiver become Sahridayas. They transit their individual differences and reach at the shared understanding. Next. We look at Scrum model, which is formulated by Wilbur Schramm in 1954. This model emphasizes on some key concepts. 1. Field of experience. This concept refers to the common language, background, culture, and shared experience that individuals bring to the communication process. The larger the overlap between the fields of experience of the sender and receiver, the greater the likelihood of successful communication. 2. Encoding and decoding. According to this model, the sender encodes the message according to his field of experience, and the receiver decodes it according of his field of experience. Miscommunication can arise if the sender and receiver interpret the message differently due to their distinct experience. And 3. Feedback is the crucial part of this model, as it allows the sender and measure the receiver's understanding. Next. So, comparing both models, focusing on roles of shared experience or understanding, we get the concept of Sahridayata, means achieving a shared emotional understanding between sender and receiver through communication from Sadharanikaran model. And concept of field of experience means the common language, background, culture, and shared experience that facilitate understanding and reduce this misinterpretation from Scrum model. Next. We get a reference of case study in the book Mass Communication and Indian Perspective by Shubir Ghosh sir, that a health campaigning going on in some red light area of Kolkata. At first, external educators face challenges to run it, but when they use some trained sex worker as peer educator, then they run the campaign successfully. From this, we can get an idea that how much the concept Shauridayata and field of experience are interdependent and as well as relevant. Okay, thank you. Now I over to my co-writer, Tanushree. Please, Tanushree.
Good afternoon, everyone. As my co-writer says, we select two research methodology to reach Shauridayata stage. One is content analysis and then other one is group discussion. For that, we select two age group of people, 18 to 25 age group people and then 55 to 70 age group people based on their internet uses. And then we ask them two questions, what they think about the priesthood of women as a profession, and then other one is what they think about the same sex or same gender marriage. Why we choose this sample? Because we believe when people use the same things, they are going to the same destination and they believe in the same topics. When we ask them the next, when we ask to the 18 to 25 age group people who uses internet more about the priesthood of women as profession, they said now society is evolved where men and women are equal. Nowadays people go the backside of moon, then why women take priesthood as their profession? They said if people think the major drawback is the menstruation cycle, then as their opinion, it's a natural thing. So based on that, we don't prevent women to take priesthood as profession. Then when we ask to the 55 to 70 age group people who are not familiar to the internet, or we can say who are not that much, who don't have that much exposure of internet, they said women usually do their household puja on daily basis, but they don't accept it is as profession. They concern on the menstruation cycle. They said on those days women are weak from mentally or physically, so it prevents them performing priestly duties continuously. Their view is that the logic of this belief is supported by traditions such as the annual closure of the Kamakya temple. Next. Then another question, when we asked to 18 to 25 age group people who uses much internet about the same sex or same gender marriage, they said that marriage is a lifelong companionship and it shouldn't matter if the partner are same gender or not. They said if there is an issue about reproducing, then nowadays we have a lots of opportunities like surrogacy and adoption. In digital era, people even marry to the AI. However, they are also concerned about that in recent time people go with the trend. They eat trendy food, they dress like trendy. Also, they are worried about young people exploring their sexuality may need counseling, as hormonal changes can lead to confusing about attraction. If it's not, then there is no problem. When we ask to the other group of people about this question, they typically opposite. They said that marriage is an institution. They believe marriage is about lineage and reproduction. They rejected surrogacy and adoption process as valid option. Till now, they believe in their own blood theory. They emphasizes societal recognition and acceptance as crucial for marriage, insisting that without societal support, these relationships cannot be accepted. The study suggests that people with similar experience tend to have aligned views and same-sex marriage, highlighting a divide based on exposure to modern ideas. As we can see, along the cultural background, people's field of experience are important in communication. People's way of thinking and people's way of talking depends on it. So we can say when people came from the same background, they think the same. Next. In conclusion, we can say both models contribute valuable insights into
effective communication. In practical terms, this means that effective communication requires not only shared cultural background but also a mutual emotional understanding, resonating with the audience on a deeper level. The interplay between these two concepts enriches our understanding of the intricate dynamics involved in effective communication across various contexts. So we can say, to reach Shorida stage, or we can say, for successful communication, we should encode our message according to receiver's field of experience or their background. Next. While we're talking about the further research scope, or we can further focusing on cross-cultural communication, digital communication, and interpersonal communication. Next. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for selecting such a topic which is not so very common. And the models also, Nirmal Mani Adhikari's model is, yes, these days it is being deliberated from say 2016-17, but not that much deliberated. It's good that you have picked up that model and you have done, you have taken up questions which are of a lot of interest. Anybody would like to? Well, this poor man has to ask questions. That's why he is being offered a bottle of water and a chair and a seat and a microphone. How do you relate these two questions to corroborate with this Sadharanikaran model as well as Schramm's model? That means, what is the reason for taking up these two questions to run a study on, and that too on these two different models, and why you have taken these two different models? Please.
স্যার আমরা যেহেতু বাইলিঙ্গুয়ালি করছি তো আমরা এবারে বাংলায় চলে আসতে চাইছি। দুটো মডেলকে প্রথমত নেওয়ার বিষয় হচ্ছে একটা ইন্ডিয়ান পার্সপেক্টিভ বা এশিয়ান পার্সপেক্টিভ থেকে নেওয়া সাধারণীকরণ মডেল, আর একটা ওয়েস্টার্ন পার্সপেক্টিভ থেকে। আমরা যারা জার্নালিজম মাস কমিউনিকেশন নিয়ে পড়ি তাদের সাথে কিন্তু এই এশিয়ান পার্সপেক্টিভের যে সমস্ত মডেলসগুলো সেগুলোর পরিচয় খুব একটা হয় না। মানে আমারই জানা বোধহয় সাধারণীকরণ মডেল যেটা আমরা পড়েছি বা যেটার সাথে পরিচিত হয়েছি, এবং আর ওয়েস্টার্ন মডেলগুলো রয়েছে। তো এই দুটো মডেল পড়তে গিয়ে আমি যেটা পেয়েছি যে দুটোই কিন্তু কোথাও গিয়ে ওই যে মানুষগুলো যাদের মধ্যে কমিউনিকেশন হচ্ছে তাদের যে ফিল্ড অফ এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, তাদের মধ্যে যে একতা হওয়ার চেষ্টা। কমিউনিকেশন মানেই তো শুধু তথ্যের আদান প্রদান নয়, তো একজন যেটা বলছে অপরজন সেটা বুঝবে, এবং সেটা যদি মিস ইন্টারপ্রেটেড হয়ে যায় বা ভুলভাবে ডিকোড হয়ে যায় তাহলে তো সেটার মানে বদলে যায়। এই দুটো মডেল কিন্তু গিয়ে আলটিমেটলি কোথাও গিয়ে যেন একই কথা বলছে, যেখানে সহৃদয়তার কথা বলা হচ্ছে সাধারণীকরণ মডেলে, আর এক জায়গায় যেখানে
এইটার কোনো লিটারেচার সার্ভে আছে যে এই দুটো মডেল একই কথা বলে?
এবং সবথেকে বড় ব্যাপার হচ্ছে 1954 এ যে স্ক্র্যামস মডেলটা আসছে, এটা প্রথম বলা যেতে পারে ট্রানজ্যাকশনাল মডেল। প্রথম মানে যদি আমরা এশিয়ান পার্সপেক্টিভে ধরি তাহলে এটা সাধারণীকরণ মডেল হচ্ছে আমাদের প্রথম ট্রানজ্যাকশনাল মডেল, এবং সেটাও ওয়েস্টার্ন পার্সপেক্টিভেও সেটা আমাদের ফার্স্ট ট্রানজ্যাকশন।
না, আমি জানতে চাইছি এই দুটো মডেলের মধ্যে যে একটা সামঞ্জস্য আছে, এটা কেউ কোনো লিটারেচার সার্ভেতে পাওয়া যায়? কেউ কিছু বলেছে?
সেটা মানে শ্যানন উইভারের সাথে পড়েছি বা আমরা অন্যান্য মডেলের সাথে পড়েছি, বাট স্ক্র্যামের সাথে আমরা
তোমাদের কাজ করতে গিয়ে মনে হচ্ছে যে এই দুটোর মধ্যে কোথাও একটা,
এই যে দুটো কনসেপ্টকে ওনারা বলছেন সেই দুটো।
খুব ভালো ভাই, আমার একটা কথা বলতে কোনো দ্বিধা নেই। এই মডেল টডেলগুলো আমরা সবাই ভয় পাই, মানে আমি তো অন্তত বিরাট ভয় পাই। আমার অনেক ছাত্রছাত্রী এখন আছে, তারা খুবই ভালো মডেল নিয়ে ডেভেলপ করেছে, নতুন মডেল ডেভেলপ মানে করার দিকে যাচ্ছে, এবং ইন্ডিয়ান মডেলের ওপরে আমরা জানো বোধহয় ইন্টারন্যাশনাল কনফারেন্সেও একটু ভারতীয় বা ওরিয়েন্টাল এই মডেলগুলোর ওপরে। নির্মল মনি অধিকারী তো নেপালের মানুষ, দেখেছো ওনাকে?
হ্যাঁ, লিঙ্কডইনে ওনার সাথে আমার মানে ওই
দেখা, মানে লিঙ্কডইনে দেখা?
হ্যাঁ, লিঙ্কডইনে দেখা, মানে ইউটিউবে দেখা।
তো এটা যে একটা মানে মডেলটার ওপরে এত ভালো লাগা, এবং শুধু ভালো লাগা দিলে হয় না, একটু ভেতরে না বুঝতে পারলে মডেল নিয়ে কাজ করা খুব শক্ত। আমার খুব ভালো লাগলো যে তুমি বলছি মডেল নিয়ে কাজ করতে পেরেছো, এবং এই যে প্রশ্নটার উত্তর দিলে যে অন্য কোন মডেলের মধ্যে একটা সামঞ্জস্য আছে অথচ এটা তোমরাই প্রথম বুঝতে পারলে, দেখো আমার মনে হচ্ছে যদি তোমরা প্রথম বুঝে থাকো তাহলে এই সামঞ্জস্যটাকেও তোমরা কিন্তু একটু তুলে ধরবে। যদি প্রথম, এটা যদি প্রথম হয় যে এই
স্ক্র্যাম মডেলের সাথে সাধারণ,
ঠিক আছে, এবার তোমার যদি কাজ করতে গিয়ে মনে হয়ে থাকে যে স্ট্র্যামস মডেলের সঙ্গে তুমি একটা সামঞ্জস্য পাচ্ছ, তাহলে এই সামঞ্জস্যটাকেও একটু তুলে ধরো। এটা তো আর কেউ বলেনি আগে। আর আমার প্রশ্ন ছিল যে এই প্রশ্নটা কেন নিলে, যে মহিলা পৌরোহিত্য, এই প্রশ্নটা কেন তোমার মনে এলো?
আসলে স্যার ওই যে মহিলা পৌরোহিত্য ব্যাপারটা মানে সমাজে না ওটা অনেকটা আমরা, হ্যাঁ মানে অনেকে মেনে নিতে পারে না। তো আমরা ভেবেছিলাম যে যদি আমরা এই দুটো এজ গ্রুপ পিপলকে ধরি।
কোথাকার স্যাম্পলটা কোথাকার?
আমরা যেহেতু রুরাল বেসড, তো আমরা ওই আমাদের রুরাল বেসড কলেজের স্টুডেন্টদেরকে, যেহেতু আমরা দুজনে কলেজে পড়ে, আমাদের কলেজ স্টুডেন্টদেরকে নিয়েছিলাম এবং পাঁচজন করে স্যাম্পল নিয়েছিলাম এবং রুরাল বেসড কিছু মা বাবাদেরকে নিয়েছিলাম।
সেটা কজন? 5 জন?
হ্যাঁ 5 জন,
টোটাল 10 জন।
10 জনের।
এইটা বোধহয় আরেকটু বেশি হলে ভালো হতো। ঠিক আছে, ধন্যবাদ। পরের জন। ধন্যবাদ ভাই। মডেল তো আমার বেশ ভালোই লাগছে যে মডেলের ওপরও লোকে কাজ করছে এবং ঋষিতা ব্যানার্জি, যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় ইউনিভার্সিটি। ঋষিতা ব্যানার্জি আছেন? আর হবে না, আচ্ছা। কুন্তলা সরকার, Indira Gandhi Open University. Yes, Kuntala. The topic of the paper is Understanding the Importance of Peace Journalism in the Context of Bangladesh Quota Movement. Kuntala Sarkar, Indira Gandhi Open University.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon audience present at the auditorium. I'm Kuntala Sarkar. My paper is on peace journalism, the importance of peace journalism in the context of Bangladesh Quota movement. To discuss peace journalism, we must understand the concept of peace itself, which inherently involves conflict and its resolution. Journalism serves not only to report on events, but also to enhance transparency. The peace journalism framework that is developed by Johan Galtung highlights the need to expose the forces and counter-forces influencing peace and the solutions. He makes a clear distinction between negative peace, which only reflects a lack of conflict, and positive peace, which strives for justice, equity, and harmony. The importance of positive peace in the most important part, which we'll try to shed light on to understand the importance of peace journalism itself. Solution for conflicts to reduce aggression. In his paper, Peace Journalism and Reporting on the United States, Galtung wrote, peace is seen as equaling 4 concrete synchronous tasks: cooperation with equity, that is the parties; harmony through empathy to understand the parties' legitimate goals or their aims; coalition for traumas, conciliation for traumas to reduce the desire for revenge, that we do not trigger them to take the revenge against the other parties. And the last point is solution for conflicts to reduce aggression. We must go out for the solution that can reduce the aggression, because when a nation or a district or any kind of place is going through a turmoil or disturbances, there will be a trigger point from the outside parties that might influence them to be more aggressive. Concepts of negative and positive peace. This is the most important part which we use to understand the importance of peace journalism. John Galtung defines negative peace as the absence of direct violence or conflict, essentially a ceasefire or without addressing underlying issues. In contrast, positive peace encompasses social justice, equity, and harmony, promoting the condition necessary for lasting peace beyond just the absence of violence. in Bengali we say, take the example of Bangladesh, দেশটা এখন ঠান্ডা আছে, দেশটা এখন শান্ত আছে. This is the most fragile thing or the vague thing we can say, because when we use the term that দেশটা এখন ঠান্ডা আছে, we cannot promisingly say that deshta is actually thanda ache, because we cannot know the actual reasons or the actual trigger points or the actual problems the people of Bangladesh they're going through, or even in India, or even in Pakistan, Iran, USA, Germany. You can take any country. The concept of peace journalism can be like placed in any concept. I have just dragged the example of Bangladesh here. So the concept of negative peace is just focusing on the absence of direct violence. But the concept of positive peace is addressing the concept of the original causes or the trigger points of the violence and the actual reasons, and how can we go to the solutions or build peace among the citizens of that particular country or district, whatever. This negative peace refers to a situation where violence and hostility are absent. It goes around. The important part is, therefore, while negative peace can temporarily halt violence, this can only temporarily halt violence. It does not ensure the sustainable peace or justice. It can halt the peace for 1 year or 2 years, but after 20 years, a violence can again occur on the same point or the same issue. We cannot control that problem. But while we're talking about positive peace, that positive peace goes deeper by promoting a society where justice, equity, and harmony are prioritized. It involves creating the conditions that prevent conflict from arising in the first place, such as addressing systematic inequalities, fostering social cohesion, and ensuring that all community members have access to resources and opportunities. Positive peace emphasizes proactive measures such as dialogue, reconciliation, and structural changes to build a resilient and just society. The most important part is structural changes. When I'm a student of journalism and mass communication, and I have worked in media houses for a very brief period, but while we are reporting, we generally focus on the incidents, or we like mention it as hard news. Those will give us the page views, and it can like give the media house the amount of marketing, whatever it's needed. But beyond hard news, we need to focus on the feature writings that will actually emphasize on the background stories of the whole problem, and that will bring the structural changes to the reasons of the particular violence. As a journalist, or as journalists, we must take the pivotal role for the change. Conflict and culture of violence. Conflict arise from incompatible goals and contradictions, and addressing these challenges is essential to elevate apathy and aggression. Culture of violence reinforces the norms and ideologies that support exploitation, repression, oppression, and alienation, which can lead to the eruption of direct violence from those who are economically exploited, politically oppressed, or culturally alienated. In all nations, we have experienced that the most exploited sector of the society, those are like these people, economically exploited and politically oppressed. Because people who are financially uplifted or socially uplifted, they will face certain challenges. We cannot ignore this. But the most affected part, or the most affected section, of course, the economically and politically oppressed or underprivileged section. Factors contributing to cultural violence, this is the most important part mentioned by Galtung in his paper. He has mentioned about Dr. Tony Marshalla, who has identified 22 factors contributing to what he has termed as culture of violence. He has mentioned television shows, computer games, movies, any kind of media contents, animal cruelty, violence, posts, capital punishment, everything. And by media content or movies, we can also include media reports in digital format or print media format, anything. This will promote to the culture of violence that is already going through, and it will influence it to even deeper or worsen the situation. PTSD and PGES, these are two different conceptions related to conflicts and violence. Direct violence can manifest in individuals as a desire for revenge, particularly among victims suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, while perpetrators may experience what is termed as post-glory exuberance syndrome, or PGES. These two things are like who have already been exploited, those people are facing post-traumatic disorders, and who have already achieved something, or perpetrators, they are feeling the joy of gaining something. They are feeling like we are the champions and nobody can stop us. We can do anything. Like the unbeatable or unchallenged warriors of the whole violence game. So these are two concepts related to violence, and with peace journalism, we should address the post-traumatic stress disorder syndrome that the people who have mostly been affected by the violence or conflict or turbulence, anything. Understanding peace journalism in the context of Bangladesh Quota movement, we all know about the Quota movement and the backdrop of it. I have not written much about it because we already know the Bangladesh protest commenced in June 2024 after the Supreme Court of Bangladesh reinstated a 30% quota for the dissidents of freedom fighters. This decision reversed the government's earlier action taken in response to the 2018 Bangladesh Quota reform movement. Consequently, students began to perceive the opportunities as increasingly constrained by merit-based criteria. We might say that the Bangladesh Quota movement is flawed, we might support the Bangladesh Quota movement, but this is not the major focus of this paper. The most important part is, after Bangladesh Quota movement or during the Bangladesh Quota movement, we have heard about violence across the nation, and after Sheikh Hasina left the country, we know that certain group of people, they went to like many houses, and we have heard about the news that certain minority communities have been affected by them. Not only the army and not only the politicians, even like normal people, common citizens have been affected by the protesters. But we know the actual things because India is a neighboring country of Bangladesh, and many news reports, I have also mentioned only two news reports here, like one is, both of those are PTI reports, Economic Times, and the Indian Express news I have just mentioned but we can find multiple reports on this, that Hindu temples have been dismantled and related things. In a response to that, we have also heard about multiple tweets, multiple Instagram posts, multiple Facebook posts. Those are saying that the Hindus are being oppressed in Bangladesh, so we should take the revenge, and we should take the revenge. So
can you move little faster?
Yeah, definitely so.
How long is it left?
It's just done, so only 1 minute, I guess. So we should essentially take the revenge, and they have taken it, and we have heard about the misinformation and disinformation which has been published by social media. And as journalists, I think we should take the step to promote the question of peace journalism and stay relevant, of course, and do not publish misinformation, and address the actual causes or triggering points, and understand the importance of the common citizen living in Bangladesh, whatever they are going through, because any kind of misstep taken by us can always trigger to them, like common citizen in India and in Bangladesh. So as a promoter of peace journalism, we should talk about the responsibility of a journalist. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's open to the House again. If any response? No. Ma'am, can I ask you a personal question? What did attract you to take up a topic like peace journalism?
Sir, actually, Johan Galtung has died this year. So he was the main person who actually talked about peace journalism. And understanding the Bangladesh quota, I could actually drag any example regarding peace journalism, but
no, why did you get attracted to peace journalism?
Because of the massive misinformation and disinformation in social media. This has triggered me a lot. Like since COVID
No, that's a misinformation, but peace
Because-
journalism.
So peace journalism, not any particular issue, but I have been interested in peace journalism.
Very good. Peace journalism is not discussed much,
Yes,
and it's not that discussed like solutions journalism and all. These are comparatively newer areas. I'll just want to make two issues, two observations. One is, when you were saying that there should not be any misinformation, we have laid down guidelines by Press Council of India how to cover riots, how to cover communal violences. This is one area where, or one situation when you are allowed to compromise with objectivity, that you do not name the parties. You could you could relate something to Manipur also. Manipur is another case of communal violence, racial violence, and is a violence. You see, peace journalism becomes important when there is a violence. So you have taken up Bangladesh, but you could have added Manipur also. This is number one. Number two is there is a self-restraint or ethical guidelines by a lot of organizations internationally and nationally, especially Press Council of India. They have laid down guidelines what to do and what not to do, because media should not propagate violence. My objective reporting of scene by scene crime of a particular day's incident may instigate crime against the one community against the other, because it's an ongoing process. I report today, and today A community has assaulted the B community, and then there can be retaliation, and so that is it. So we should be resorting to that self-restraint and ethical guidelines. This is one area which is available, you could touch upon. Manipur is another area. Have you found something on Gandhiji and peace journalism? Gandhiji as a journalist and peace journalism.
No, not much, sir.
Okay, this is another area you could explore, because Gandhiji was a journalist. He was really a journalist. He has published Harijan, he has published several other newspapers. And he was a peace reformer. I mean, he was a protagonist of peace. So, through his writings, how could he preach peace? So, Gandhi as a peace journalist, I think a lot of articles you will find. So, these three areas I thought that you could develop. I appreciate your interest in peace journalism. Everybody is for violence and you are for peace. Thank you very much. I liked your presentation. I liked all the presentations, but yes, yours too. Thank you very much. What do you do?
So I'm a student of journalism and mass communication.
Which university?
So IGNU, Indira Gandhi National Open University, and this is my second master's. I have done the first master's from Jadavpur University.
In?
Bengali graduation, comparative literature master's. Then I have worked for a very brief period in media houses. Then I'm pursuing my second master's in journalism for PhD. So I have got SAT, so I'm appearing for NET exam.
Very good, very good.
Thank you so much.
Oh, the next paper is Parikshit Sarkar is here. Okay. The title of the paper is Integrating Culture and Intercultural Communication in French Language Instruction. I repeat, Integrating Culture and Intercultural Communication in French Language Instruction. Parikshit Sarkar, the Newtown School. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good
S'il vous plaît.
Merci. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon, my fellow distinguished speaker. I am Parikshit Sarkar from the Newtown School, and there I work as a French teacher, TGT French, and our primary job is to teach the students basically the second language French as well as third language, and also we provide them with the certification course of DELF, which is universally accepted courses. Okay. So I selected this topic because in city like Kolkata, we do not come across the topic of teaching French in most of the schools. Like there are few schools which teach French, But the thing is that I have been teaching here since over like last 5 years, and I came across many pros and cons while teaching this subject, and I also got lots of support when it comes to teaching French, which I believe is like we do not find in most of the institution. Though my topic is not purely related with journalism, it comes under the intercultural communication. So basically I will start with the first, like my introduction will be, like we focus, like in today's world, like in a globalized world, we are not actually, what to say, like limited to a small area. We actually try to explore the various places. Earlier also, what we used to do, we can see that traveler or the explorer used to move from one country to another, and they used to settle in particular country or city, and they used to learn the culture, they used to learn the language, and slowly and gradually, they at times they used to stay there, or they used to gather some information from that particular country, and they used to go back to their country, like the traveler we have, like Fahian, Huensha, Megastan, all those people. Okay, so in today's interconnected world, the ability to communicate effectively across culture has become increasingly important. Language learning is no longer just about mastery, vocabulary, and grammar. It also involves understanding cultural nuances and developing intercultural communication skills. For languages like French, spoken in various regions across the world, incorporating cultural context into language instruction is very vital. French learners need more than linguistic proficiency. As I said earlier, they must also grasp the cultural and social dynamics that influence communication in different Francophone region. I hope the Francophone are those regions where French is used as an official or co-official language, and we also consider those countries as Francophone countries where French is second most used language. So the concept of intercultural competence as defined by Michel Barham, okay, referred to the ability to engage meaningfully with people from diverse cultural background. For a French language learner, this means understanding not only the culture of France, but also the broader Francophone world, including regions like Africa, the Caribbean, and North America. These regions present unique cultural practices and values that shape communication in different ways. Now, since I'm talking about the school children, for secondary school students, integrating culture and intercultural communication into French instruction brings numerous benefits. Now it is very easier to make a child understand any of the topic or anything when we teach them at a very little age. So we do not face much more difficulties when we teach a child a new type of languages. And in that process, since they are child and we not only strictly like adhere to only the curriculum or the linguistic thing or part or the vocabulary part, we rather utilize other forms of, other means of learning activities, like we utilize music, we utilize play, we utilize games in it so that they can learn fast, and we believe in the concept of living and learning together, coexisting together. So you live the life when you learn something, and you learn something when you live the life. So for secondary school students, integrating culture and intercultural communication in French instruction brings numerous benefits. As I told you earlier, it enables students to become more competent communicators in real-world settings. Furthermore, exposure to diverse culture fosters empathy and global awareness, skills that are increasingly valued in today's academic and professional environment. However, challenges remain, such as a need for teachers to balance time and resources to incorporate these elements effectively. Now, why I focused on this topic is that, in particular last line, because if you look at the school curriculum in this city, we find that most of the schools are either CBSE or ICC, and excuse me, and the state boards. We hardly find the international boards or the IB boards, okay? So the problem which we face for these particular boards is that we have to stick to the syllabus, we have to stick to the format as presented by the respective boards and all. So we do not actually, we do not actually get the proper opportunity to teach them the language as we want to do. So we have to finish the syllabus, we have to prepare them for the exams and all. So, excuse me. So these are the major drawbacks which we face. And the time is an important issue which when we deliver our lectures. So, this paper aims to explore how culture and intercultural communication can be integrated into French language teaching for secondary school students. It examines theoretical framework framework and practical strategies to enhance language learning while fostering intercultural awareness. Now, the scope of this paper is that the primary goal is to study and to investigate how integrating culture and intercultural communication can enhance French language instruction, particularly for second language or the secondary school student. By combining linguistic proficiency with cultural sensitivity, this approach aims to create a more comprehensive language learning experience. It also helps students learn much faster and master French, and also allow them to navigate through various communication styles and cultural norms found in the Francophone world. Now, the study delves into both theoretical as well as a practical aspect. For theoretical aspect, we follow basically two models. One is the Michel Berem's 1997 model of intercultural communicative competence. And the second most important is the Common European Framework for Reference for Language, which is very important for all the European language because they have set a certain standard, they have certain rules which one must adhere or one must follow while learning certain the European languages. Okay, step by step, and if you want to master those languages, you have to follow the Common European Language Framework. Practically, the paper explores strategies that are using authentic cultural material, cultural immersion activities, and language exchange program, which is very important. While the focus is on secondary school students, the method of discourse can be adapted for learner at different level and in various educational settings. Now, the importance of cultural learning is, as we can say, like while learning languages, language learning can become monotonous and boring if we do not incorporate certain facts and figure of that particular country for the language of which we are learning actually. So what we do is that while teaching language, we teach them the basic formation for like the basic greetings, salutations, which we say, greetings as well as their day-to-day functioning, how to like, what are like, how can you interrelate your life or your country's culture with their culture and all those things. Now the role of this intercultural communication is very important because what we do is that there are various programs or we can say there are various aspect which we look into it is this, like we at school or something at our institution we do celebrate the programs of like the French days or the Bonjour India and all those things. Now the concept of Bonjour India is not something which we celebrate. Okay, it is a concept which arises due to the collaborative effort of government of India as well as the government of France. So it is a culturally, you can say it's a part of the cultural diplomacy, and like in India we celebrate the Bonjour India, similarly in France we celebrate Namaste France. So it is very important, not only that, like recently we came across that there can be many questions which we came across, like the new policy of the NEP, National Education Policy, which is focusing mostly on the Indian languages and all. But we can see that the French language and the French communication and the French teaching is increasing day by day because the government of India
How far is left, sir?
Sir,
1 minute?
I take just 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. S'il vous plaît.
Okay. So what we do is that we are not much bothered about that because the government of India is very much committed in promoting the language and culture, as well as the government of France is also very much committed in promoting the Indian language and culture. So now there are various challenges which we face while teaching French language. First of all is that we have to, as I said earlier, that we have at the back of the mind that we have to finish our curriculum and all. And we rely, and like most of the places we find that people are relying mostly on the vocabs, grammar, and it's like you just feed them and they just vomit some type of technique. Majority of the school use. So what we do is that we, and also there are certain problem with the teachers or the instructor preparedness. At times what happens, the teacher is not fully prepared, or the materials are not available, or maybe the proper guidance are not available, or there is some connection gap which we can see that arises when there is this one-to-one or the class lecture goes on. So we can say that also there are like problem with the teachers training program, as we know that there is no B.Ed program for this French language training. So where do we get that training? We get the training from the Institut Français, okay, Institut Français, the French Institute in India, and also from the Alliance Française, where they give us particular teachers training on how to incorporate various like small things like surrounding or something like small games or songs or all those things into academic learning, and how to teach our students accordingly. Now, though there are many problems or challenges, but there are also some plus point, like we do get various materials from the various institute like French Institute of India and Alliance Française, and also we have resources which is available, like we have the TV5 Monde, which is a popular French media news channel, where they have a huge dedicated section for learning French language and culture. And also, most important thing is, we, apart from the cultural activities which we have, or apart from sharing the cultural aspect, we also have this language exchange program, where the student of our country, they visit the house, or they visit the student from the other country, for example, the French country, and they stay, they learn the culture. Okay, they stay in the house of the host families, and similarly the French student also comes here and they stay here and they learn our cultural and also try to learn our language and all. And also we have the native teachers program, which is actually like the particular, like even the Indian students goes there as language assistant, and they stay there for 9 months. Similarly, the French teacher, they come here and stay here for 9 months in that particular host school, where the student get the opportunity to interact with the native people. They can learn the particular culture or aspect in the native way. Apart from that, we use, like we try to make them understand various, show them various films, songs, and other things. Now, two type of methods that we have used is that, one is, as I said, the model of Michel Bayram and Common European Language Framework. Another is a teacher's interview, which we conduct using the feedback from fellow teachers, and also from the class preparedness and the students' feedback.
Monsieur Sarkar, merci beaucoup. You can conclude now.
Okay, sir, thank you. Just one more, last conclusion.
Merci beaucoup, s'il vous plaît.
Now, to conclude this, I would like to say that incorporating cultural and intercultural communication into French language instruction is essential for fostering not only linguistic proficiency, but also cultural awareness and sensitivity. This approach equips students with the skill needed to navigate diverse Francophone contexts and communicate effectively in today's globalized world. Despite the challenges, the integration of cultural element can significantly enhance the learning experience. By using authentic material, engaging in intercultural activities, and participating in language exchange program, educators can create a dynamic and culturally immersive environment that prepares
students for meaningful communication. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sarkar. Though we understand that it's a matter of pedagogy, but you have changed it to a different perception. You have given it to a different perspective, like intercultural communication. There are, the Francophone countries like Belgium, there are Belgian-speaking Belgian and then French-speaking Belgians also. In Canada, French-speaking Canadian. Personally, I had a lot of influence of these people who either French-speaking Canadian or French-speaking Belgian. That's a different issue. But what is I see, this is purely on pedagogy area where I do not dare to comment. And what is my takeaway is that you have successfully presented your case that it's not only learning a foreign language like alphabets, grammars, and intake and output. It's not only how fluent you speak or how correctly you speak. It's the cultural milieu of a particular region or particular. You see, Belgium and France not very same, very common. Canada and France is also not very common. Several, the French-dominated countries of Africa, they are also French-speaking. So the cultural milieu of, we take it that France primarily, of the French culture, the French way of speaking. Every language has a particular style of speaking. Yes. Like German is, it's cutthroat, harsh and very, staccato kind of a language, but whereas French is very poetic and polite. And people find a lot of similarities between French and Bengali. If you have read Father Paul Dotien, you see several occasions he has said that he could become a good writer in Bengali because his Bengali, as he used to say, is some portion of French and some portion of Bangla. The sweetness of the both were mixed in an optimum way. So the entire cultural perspective, the intercultural communication, you have taken it from the pedagogy problem to an intercultural issue, intercultural communication issue, which I really appreciate. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. The next paper is from Dr. Nandini Ghosh of Sister Nivedita University, and the title of the paper is Communication, Media and Cultural Influence in the Realm of Modern Indian Art. Communication, Media and Cultural Influence in the Realm of Modern Indian Art. See, the problem of a journalist is that you do not know which assignment you are going. Starting from a French language to Indian art, and you have to speak something, you have to hold your microphone. You see, if you happen to be a journalist, you cannot come back empty-handed. You have to report something. So whatever I'm saying is maybe very rudimentary, and I don't dare to comment on this, but I look forward to the issues of communication, media, and cultural influence. You see, going towards cultural studies in the realm of modern Indian art. Dr. Nandini Ghosh of Sister Nivedita University. Ma'am. Ma'am is a very senior faculty, and ma'am has got a specialization in media theory. Ma'am.
No, not really. Anyway, so greetings and a very good afternoon to Honorable Chair, from Dr. Snehati Shur, and everybody present here. I am basically an art historian, and I teach history of art in the Department of Fine Arts and Design here. So I'll be taking up communication, media and media from an art historian's perspective. So first, yeah. Sure. I'm slightly nervous about the time limit, so I'll read my paper a little fast. So first I come to the introduction of my topic, where I speak of art as a mode of communication and art and communication. So this paper propels on the double pun and double meaning hidden behind the relation between communication and the arts. Number one, art as a mode of communication, and two, communication being instrumental in the making of art, modern Indian art in our case. So is media. On one hand, it plays a significant role in communicating and appropriating the intercultural issues, while on the other hand, from the end 20th century, it has made its presence felt in the world of visual arts as an ingredient or medium in the matter of art making. New media art and extension of conceptual art, for instance. The fine arts considered as modes of communication and the artists subsequently aspiring to develop a visual language of their own, the target remains to be able to communicate individual experiences, feelings, standard reactions to the rest of the world, the audience. It may be observed that often the artist is seen playing the role of a spokesperson for a community or associates he ideologically connects with, or simply for profession's sake. A look back into the prehistoric time, the earliest phase of human civilization that was yet to develop scripts, images created on the cave walls as sculptures remained the most effective mode of communication for man, still a hunter and a food gatherer, serving purposes either of an effective planning for a hunt, a war, a gesture of performing magic, performing rituals, or even for the sake of expressing one's heart, art for the sake of creating art, perhaps we are not sure of. The subsequent ages following has brought forward instances where art has been used as a mode of propaganda, both political and religious, as an instrument of cultural expression to be able to establish the cultural identity of any specific culture, group, or individual. Starting from the post-Neolithic ethnocentric societies and going through the developments in Egypt, Near East, Cycladic and Minoan, Greek, Roman, Ali, and so till the modernist and the post-modernist and contemporary art forms in the West, and parallel developments in the Indian subcontinent, the land that appropriately represents the spiritual East bespeaks the same. In the modern world, the communicative aspect of art and art practice have opened other vistas of knowledge. For instance, chronological studies of art practice throw light on stages of human evolution, anthropological aspects including religious, ritualistic, sociological, political, and economic structure of cultures, influence of geographical location in the production of such artistic expressions, related history and other cultural developments such as literature, performance, music, and the list continues. Disciplines such as art history, anthropology, archaeology, and even science have played significant role in decoding and demystifying this multidisciplinary domain of art, allowing it to swipe over all cross-cultural boundaries, opening up as a global phenomenon. None would have resulted unless it was a boon of communication. Media, in whichever form, remains instrumental in the materialization of such a project. The flip side of this paper addressing art and communication. This paper also prefers to articulate these phenomena as developments of the modern rather than the vexed issues of the postmodern or global or even the contemporary, which in the opinion of the author remains to be defined with clarity in the context of our visual practice. Rather, the impact of media on visual culture and visual practice is better conceived as an extended manifestation of the modern, where a significant feature of it in visual practice has been the constant and repeated renewal and redefinition of its aims and objectives vis-a-vis that which precedes it. So I come to the next point, the nature of modern in Indian art. The emergence of modern Indian art under colonial, The emergence of modern Indian art under colonial domination and in the wake of nationalism was a product of intercultural intermingling of both acceptance and rejection. As the colonized nation advanced through socio-political, economic, and cultural upheavals towards independence, the dimensions of the modern too underwent collisions and tensions, makes and breaks. Post-independently too, these diversifications continued, opening new vistas, subverting the existing ones in a never-ending submission to the norms of an institution that is modern itself. In India, the process perhaps was enhanced due to the multicultural nature of the country and its earlier colonial existence, exposing the modern in making to intracultural as well as the intercultural crossroads and agencies. The third world identity India was associated with also turned catalytic, pursuing artists and culture workers aspiring to ascend the parameters of excellence, looked hitherto for solutions and references from other cultures despite not belonging to the same. Because of the multicultural coexistence of people and communities, subsequently pertaining to stresses of economic inequality, culture here showcases uneven modernity. Even every stratum fascinated with the other and in a constant need of exchange, passive or aggressive. The aggression of economic imperialism that has its history traced way back in the late 19th century, resulting in the two world wars, continued engorging, further making its entry into the non-European and Asiatic countries like India, China, etc., through means of technological advancement and offers of attractive job prospects. All these have opened platforms for communication and vistas for exchange, mostly of intellectual resources and ideas. Whereas earlier technology was yet to develop to ensure exchange through the web, travel options were meant to meet the exchange requirements. Electronic media was only a late addition to the process. Such factors uncovered trajectories for interculturalism and intraculturalism, mechanisms that justified the characteristic of the Indian modern as such, be it in the domain of visual arts per se. I'll just show some slides. Just a moment. The early interactions, I would say, when actually electronic media was not there, and it was only like, communications through travel, etc., were the medium for creating art and interculturalism. I start with the pictures of Raja Ravi Verma, who is actually using Western academic realistic style to portray Indian mythological subjects and Indian characters here. When I talk about the Bengal school paintings, which were actually initiated by Abanindranath Tagore, it was a result of the interactions between the Indian intellectuals with Japanese artists like Yokohama Taikan and Hishida Shunsho from Japan, from whom the Indians learned the technique of wash painting, and they applied this to their Indian subjects again. Now coming to Amrita Shergill, the paintings of Amrita Shergill, this is the interaction between Amrita Shergill's background of Indo-Hungarian background and her growing up as an artist while shifting from the Paris, Hungary, and to India again and again, from which she had come out with the style of her own. These three paintings that we are showing here are from her European phase, from where she was using the European modernist styles. And here I come to the final styles, the style that she developed after coming to India and intermingling and experiencing styles from Ajanta, Indian miniatures, etc. Now I would like to show the slides by Rabindranath Tagore. And I look into Rabindranath, not only everybody would look into Rabindranath Tagore as a universalist, and the first step towards globalism probably. So these are works of Rabindranath Tagore. And then I would like to show pictures, paintings by the internationalists of the 1940s. Artist groups from Calcutta and Bombay. So these are sculptures by Pradosh Dasgupta. These were the artists who were actually, interested about internationalism. They wanted to break totally away from Indian traditional art practices, and they were looking forward into the, Western world for developing new cultural languages. So this is Pradosh Dasgupta. Once again, we have Govardhan Ash here and Nirod Majumdar. Pran Krishna Pal and Abonis. I'm just showing a few examples. I actually needed more time to explain these pictures, but I'm making it fast. We have from Bombay, Maqbul Fida Hussain, S.H. Raza and F.N. Souza in 1961. V.S. Gaitonde and Akbar Padamsi, they're all inclined towards the Western languages of visual art. And here I'll come again. Okay. Now, after this, I would like to talk about the impact of globalization and the new contemporaries. The impact of globalization in India, specifically in the cultural fields, has been a rather slow process. Despite the diversified, multidimensional, composite nature of modern literature.
May I make a small request to you? I mean, you need not read out sentence by sentence. As you take a class, you just tell us something of your observations and conclude.
Time, actually.
No question of being nervous. You are such a senior art historian and a professor, so not an issue. You can tell us something in conclusion. That's it. You need not read out word by word.
Okay. So now trying to talk about the impact of globalization. Like in India, globalization has been a rather slow process because the Indians, like, they already have the, strong attachment towards their past glory and also the memories of the colonial days that they have gone through. So there used to always also a resistance towards any kind of new developments, radical developments from the West. But globalization did make an entry into the Indian market around the 1970s. But in the arts, if we try to talk about the media, I'm just getting a little shaky. Okay, that started happening around the 1990s. So I'll just read out, please, if you don't mind. So the media and culture and the rising interpersonal and interculturalism.
You have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I'll just talk about the new media art here, instance. This refers to the inclusion of technology, digital, and the electronic media as part of the practice that is art. In India, new media art is an upcoming movement that uses technology as a canvas and medium, challenging traditional notions of art. It includes mediums such as computer graphics, virtual art, and interactive art, and the likes in response to the socio-cultural changes brought forth by the rapid technological advancements. An artist's creativity thrives on the contours of the cultural matrix he or she belongs to, the elements that nurture the individual's singular or collective existence within the same. The electronic and the digital that are sumptuously blurring the edges of the real and the virtual are constantly emerging with newer dimensions as integral components of the creative individual's social entity. Spaces have been transformed. Museums and galleries are no exemptions in the process. Conceptual changes are transforming other public and social spaces too, that are often chosen by the creative individual for displaying works, particularly installations and site-specific art objects. Spaces of virtual reality that are luring the possibilities of creating and producing fantastic visual effects are gaining prominence. Ever-developing communication systems that have manifestations and confident cross-cultural exchanges are also inspirations behind inter-multidisciplinary approaches in the matter of creativity and the art practices, opening binaries and nuances of contemplation for art-minded entrepreneurs in the new context. Artists like Nalini Malani, Shilpa Gupta, Ranbir Kaleka, Jitish Kalat, Shiva Chachi, etc. are a few amongst those who set the ball rolling by the mid-1990s. Some of the younger contemporaries demanding mention could be the artists of Rock Media Collective, like Monica Narula, Jivesh Bagchi, and Suddhabrata Sengupta, known for the multimedia installations. Also, Shaila Shiv, Suleiman, Sarina Khemka, Abhishek Samal, etc. I'll just show some more works by them. So these are, video installations by Nalini Malani.
You may not have a lot of connoisseurs here.
I know. I'll just show the pictures. Okay. So this is a video installation by Shaila Shiv Suleiman. Okay, I'll come to the concluding remarks. As such, the intracultural and interpersonal communication that one perceives in the visual articulation of a generation of artists who came into limelight around the decade of the 90s and continued into the decades thereafter may have been impacted by globalization and its promises across the world, even in the third world situations, but in essence was a critic of the ongoing modern redefining and repositioning itself. In the work of visual artists within this genre, media images and media concerns reflect visibly, and it is from these images that the modes that this paper has attempted to trace the ways in which media impacted dimensions of the cultural communication within the individual as well as the shared visual languages. This is still a working paper, so thank you very much. I'm just showing you the visuals. Thank you.
The working EJL is sometimes much better than the finished one. Don't worry, ma'am. It gradually
I understand.
reshaped and reshaped. Ma'am, I don't dare to comment on the presentation you have made. It's a wonderful presentation. You have tried to hold a considerably long period of art history. And see, basically what we understand is, since we are from the communication branch and you are from the art area, so art is also a form of communication.
Absolutely.
What does it do? It communicates some feelings.
Absolutely.
It communicates something.
Yes.
So that is the area you have touched upon. Again, ma'am, ignoring my, expressing my ignorance, I think if we go through the W.G. Archer's Bengal School and Kalighat painting, that is also a satirical representation. I think during this period, that was the form which communicated too much of this famous, and it challenged the manhood. You see, the men were shown against the, tied up by the wives and things like that. Right. So it's a challenge, and the reverse image was being shown of a gender, imbalance, and that is satirical, and that's why we still remember W.G. Archer's work of Bengal's Kalighat painting. Absolutely. And all this. Absolutely. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Actually, we can actually cover up so many areas.
Yes. And Ravi Verma's wonderful collections. I think these are in Tiruvananthapuram. Ravi Verma's collection is in Tiruvananthapuram.
No, they are in Baroda Museum.
Baroda also. Tiruvananthapuram also has a huge collection of Ravi Verma.
But Baroda has the largest collection.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And the Daniels also is a considerable period, because Kolkata has almost all, either in the Gothels or in the Victoria Memorial, all the Daniels collections are there. Thank you very much. We are really enriched. Our last paper is entitled Therapeutic Theodia, Chandobani Dotto, Visiting Faculty, Sister Nivedita University. Chandobani ma'am, did I pronounce this correctly? Theodia? Oh, for the first time. Thank you. Professor Arindam Bose is there, so that I ensure my presence in the fourth conclave. Thank you, ma'am, for the compliment. My selector in CAV.
Hello. সেমিনার শুনতে শুনতে কেউ ঘুমিয়ে পড়েছে, কেউ মোবাইল ঘাঁটছে। So I like to begin my paper, Theodia, with a music presentation. It's not a presentation. Natya Shastra, according to Bharat Muni, he says audience is also a part of the presentation. So it's your duty. Now you will keep your best friend aside, that is your mobile phone aside, and
to listen to Chando and Bani both.
Yeah. No. Yes. No Bani here. Excuse me, sir. Sound, sir. Sound. Louder. Louder. সাউন্ডে দাদা ঘুমিয়ে পড়েছিলেন শুনতে শুনতে।
একটু বাড়িয়ে দিন।
Sir just said, art is all about communication. Something is changing, right? Music is changing something. Our mood, our emotion. So, what is emotion? Emotion is the energy in motion, right? When we feel happy, our frequency rises. When we feel sad, the frequency changes, it slows down. We say vibing. Some people gives out positive vibes, while some give negative vibes. What is it? It's all about vibration, the vibrational frequency. So, in a world, I start my presentation in a world where almost 77% is reported to have stress symptoms. Every 1/3 person is suffering from stress. The increasing unemployment, broken families, increased number of divorces are leading to psychological imbalances, which is affecting our wellness, right? Here comes the psychological therapies. Music is important. Music is an important therapy. And it has proved that almost 75% it can be dealt with music. So why do you think, what is the importance of media then? Why we go for audiovisual? It's because it engages multiple sense organs. It's because multi-sensory engagements of audiovisual media. It's because emotional responses can be evoked by video. And another is dual coding theory. Dual coding theory is one of the most influential theory introduced by Alan Pavio. This theory says that our brain has two cognitive systems. One is verbal system, another is non-verbal system. When information is received through both, our memory is affected more. I mean, in terms of memory, what we visualize and hear, at the same time, we remember it more. Okay. So, when I come to audio and visual medium, one is theater, another is media, right? Theater is a live Theater is a live composite art. যার মধ্যে মিউজিক থাকে, ডান্স থাকে, আর্ট থাকে, ডিজাইন থাকে, এই সবটা থাকে, আর মিডিয়ার আন্ডারে প্রিন্ট থাকে, অ্যাডভার্টাইজিং থাকে, ব্রডকাস্ট থাকে, ফিল্মস থাকে। এবার আমি রিসেন্ট যে কেসগুলো হচ্ছে, যেই বাচ্চাটা was raped by যে গাড়ি চালাচ্ছিল সেই চালক রেপ করেছিল, সেই বাচ্চাটার জন্য এই খবরটা তো আমরা জানি, কিন্তু কখন এটা আরও বেশি এফেক্টিভ হবে? যখন আমরা সেটা দেখব বা ভিজুয়ালাইজ করব। ডু ইউ থিঙ্ক সিনেমা হ্যাজ মোর ইম্প্যাক্ট? আই গেস ইয়েস। একটা ক্লিপ দেখি।
Yes, I do. Have you seen what it's like out there, Murray? Do you ever actually leave the studio? Everybody just yells and screams at each other. Nobody's civil anymore. Nobody thinks what it's like to be the other guy. You think men like Thomas Wayne ever think what it's like to be someone like me? To
সো মাই পয়েন্ট ইজ, আমি যেটা নিয়ে বলতে চাইছি সেটা হচ্ছে, অ্যাজ মিউজিক, থিয়েটার অ্যান্ড মিডিয়া, এই দুটো স্ট্রিম ক্যান ডিল উইথ psychological imbalances that is perceiving in the society, which is persistent in the society. যেরকম লকডাউনের সময় there was one person, Amitesh Grover, যিনি শুরু করেছিলেন সাইবার থিয়েটার। সাইবার থিয়েটার ইজ একটা মানুষের জন্য, কারুর থ্রিলার ভালো লাগে, কারুর কমেডি ভালো লাগে। সো একটা মানুষ যখন সে ওই সিচুয়েশনের মধ্যে দিয়ে যাচ্ছে, হি চুজেস হোয়াট উইল কিওর হিম অর হার, এবং সেটা সে যখন প্লে করছে তখন সেই মানুষটা ইজ অ্যাক্টিং, সেই মানুষটা সেই থ্রু অ্যাক্টিং ইজ গিভিং সাইকোলজিক্যাল সলিউশন। সো মাই এরিয়া অফ কনসার্ন ইজ দিস, স্যার।
Thank you. Thank you very much. See, this session explores various ways and means to look at communication, art, theatre, music, and in one side, these sorts of communications are there, and another side, media, which includes print, audiovisual, radio, film, etc. Now, ultimately, it changes our mood. Either it soothes or we make angry. So it's a mood changer. It has got an impact on us. That is exactly, and the stress which you were saying, that everybody is suffering from that stress. So obviously there is always an impact of media either to increase or decrease the stress among people, the audience. I appreciate your presentation, and a truly audiovisual presentation, and I encourage this diversity. When we talk about media, we talk about pluralism. See, theatre, and then art, and then language, interpersonal, intercultural communication, to press law, to various means have come to this presentations of this session. I thank you for your presentation, and it's definitely a different one, and I appreciate that lot of independent and individual thought you have, original thought you have put in, and the way you have presented it is also very good. I should not say much because I have been briefed by someone, my selector, and not to speak much. What reference he has given, what reference he has given, I do not want to repeat. But I personally learnt so many things, from Aparasam to theatre to art, and
As a practicing journalist, we had to poke our nose in almost everything, and not that I wanted, but I was again directed to do it, and I did it. And while doing so, you know, journalists can say so many things because media in their hands. But I must apologize that if I have said something which is not correct, please get back to me and please do not take away. I really enjoyed the presentations and the diversity of the presentations. Maybe in one session, this diversity I enjoyed. And let me share also that we remain in journalism which is monotonous, which is troublesome, which is too much of pressure, but on one count that it gives us new things every day. That plurality, that variety, you know, encourages us. So you have given us variety. I think all of you are of the same opinion. I'm thankful to the organizers and the team. They have been very meticulous in arranging, and I really enjoyed this session. I again congratulate all of you for taking part. Many of you have left, otherwise we would have taken a group photograph here. Why don't you come, sir, and lead?
আচ্ছা, যারা পার্টিসিপেন্টস আজকে রয়েছেন বলে দিচ্ছি, শনিবার 2টোর পর প্লিজ কাম অ্যান্ড হ্যাঁ ভ্যালিডিক্টরি আছে, প্লিজ কাম অ্যান্ড কালেক্ট ইউর সার্টিফিকেটস।